wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? It's good to be back with you guys right now. And of course, we'll get to the action here. Hope I'm live, and we'll take a look at seeing what's going on in the market right now. What's going on, traders? It looks like, there you go. Now I see myself. Let's rock and roll here, guys. It's good to see you guys on today. We'll see what goes on in the market. And right now, I'm looking at Micron starting to rebound. Micron really hitting me overnight as it did come down with the market. But now the market is on liftoff mode. What happened there as the Q started to trickle up at 8:30? Really nice spike there, really starting to come right back in the markets. Now the Q's continuing and already making that overnight session move. So at this point, how much more can we get? We'll find out today. I think today is definitely a day to look at names like AMD and names like that. Will we get some tech run? We'll have to take a look at the action. SPY right now, it's starting to trickle up and holding the throwback look that we drew. We also talked about a potential bounce on this going right back towards the 735. So let's see if the Qs can undercut and rally and start to push right back up. That's exactly what we're seeing this morning. We'll take a look at some more action. Let's go diving into the playbook action. Take a look at some trade ideas, and then we got some more for you guys, of course, in the sunrise. Let's kick things off. And of course, we'll take a look at the hype stocks right now, IBM and PayPal moving all around. Let's get to first some trade ideas and take a look at some more action. All right, let's go to a look on Okta. This is, of course, one of the hot stocks of yesterday. We'll take a look to see if it can continue making the move. It's up there towards 154.62. Already getting the move in this morning. Pre-market already getting the trickle up. So we'll look to see if we can get some red to green moves on this. I would love to see any pullback back towards the 150s or 147, maybe even 145s to buy on dips. We'll see what happens there in Okta. And cybersecurity, I talked about it yesterday. I talked about how Sentinel-1 could break that 19 and continue. It went up there to the 20s. This is another name that you can keep on the radar. There's plenty of names in this space that could be playing catch-up, like a Zscaler, right? This is a lag kind of effect that could be kind of breaking towards the next levels and going to the upside. We'll see what happens there in Zscalers and others. Let's continue going into the playbook here. Let's go to the next play as we take a look at a stock that was really hot yesterday. Let's see if it can continue the strength. Goldman Sachs just continuing to rip higher up there towards the 1141. But yesterday it started the pre-market action at 1,040. So big rip up higher. We'll see what happens if Goldman can push right back to the upside. All right, let's continue in the action. Let's go to some more stocks, of course, to take a look at. And of course, you'll see Morgan Stanley's report definitely affect that Goldman Sachs. Let's go to in long on SCCO to see if we get some copper to go higher. Copper overall had been setting up yesterday. We'll look to see if it can push back above, make a breakout. FCX is another one that you can look at to see if it starts to get going today. That'd be a break back above the 62s and then starting to climb right out the gates. We'll see what happens here on FCX and other plays. I'll set an alert to let you guys know. We'll see what happens there in the sneaky weeky trigger play. That's going to be your SCCO on the weekly. It really could start to get going. SCCO, that's Southern Copper, right? Let's see if it gets going and rips back there towards the 200 level. If you see it right here on the weekly, you could start to trend right back up there towards the 200, get back towards the 225. So we'll look to see if we get copper on the run. All right, we'll take a look also at the theme today. The market pistons just delivered a clean, violent stroke directly back into growth. We saw a high-ish, dovish June CPI print, of course, coming down. And that completely, of course, vaporizes the worst Fed under a hawkish rate premium, right? At the exact same moment that big bank earnings blew the doors off, underneath a deceptive rip and fade headline on major indices. Money is moving with aggressive intent right now, punishing defensive consumer staples, healthcare to fund an absolute celebration in the cybersecurity names and some hardware names. However, though, the major index tracking lines still demand that the bulls need to prove it today. We'll see what happens. Can the S&P 500 hold that throwback look and take the rip higher? And with the NASDAQ 100 that couldn't pass the 723 area, can we start to climb that and start to get above that? And look at the Qs right now, right? 723.64. And a lot of times when I do these outlooks, I do them the night prior, especially when I'm looking into the overall market. So that tells me more and more we're starting to recover, and we're looking like we could push right back up towards the 726 that it was trading in the after hours, and especially in the overnight session. We'll look to see if the Qs can continue to rally here as we continue to see a nice little push to the upside. Let's get to the sunrise report. Let's talk a little bit about the action in the market today as we dive deeper. Let's go to it. Let's wake up with the sunrise. All right, guys, cool CPI took July's hike off the table and gave the tape a rescue that IBM's 25% record crash couldn't drown out. Yes, you heard that right, as IBM down massively. We'll see if this can rebound today. I actually kind of like this as a rebounding trade. It's already kind of getting a little bit of a rebound. It's down there right towards the 217s. We'll look to see if it starts to rebound back up there, as it was hit hard. And this was yesterday's story, but still showing up on the tape, right? We'll see what happens there. PPI dropped, of course, at 8:30. That gave that nice little push to the upside. Then Warsh testifying again today. And yes, we will not be playing Warsh today. Producer, please do not do that to me again, as Warsh was as boring as ever yesterday. But we'll see what happens, right? It was definitely something that could have gave us a headline, could have gave us some news, but really he was kind of going in line, right? We'll see what happens there, as the morning's real anchor is ASML, up over 5% in pre-market. And this is what we needed to see to talk about the semiconductor equipment names. We've seen this drive right now. So I like names like today, like TER, like AMAT, right? We'll see if these names can kick right back up to the upside. KLAC, right? These are semiconductor equipment names that are moving after, of course, raising full year guidance, ASML, for the third time, printing the cleanest AI supplier validation the cycle, as even the buyer side of IBM took the worst single session in its 115-year history. All right, the rotation, of course, is right back into some growth action. Let's keep talking about the market out there. Overnight drivers, as there's a fourth night of strikes continue on, of course, in the war. Oil kind of getting a little bit of a push up there. U.S. Central Command hit dozens of Iranian coastal and missile sites in a 7-hour operation Tuesday evening, marking the fourth consecutive night for American strikes since the ceasefire collapsed. The blockade is live, but Trump abandoned the 20% Strait of Hormuz cargo fee as Gulf capitals talked to him and talked him out of it, and offered trade and investment concessions instead. He replaced the toll with an ultimatum. Very hard strikes tonight and tomorrow, then bridges and power plants next week, unless Tehran comes to the table. Good Lord. We don't need no more tables, man. We need this to end. But I'm sure like you guys are feeling like I am and sick of reading these headlines. But this is exactly what's going on. We'll continue to see what happens. The IRGC then threatens to close, of course, the Hormuz, all other export corridors that benefit the U.S. and its allies claim to hit on 2 UAE tankers with disabled tracking signals through the straits. We'll see what happens there. Brent is above 85 for the third consecutive session, extending the biggest weekly move in the complex since March. The oil bid is not fully in the equity futures. NASDAQ is leaning and energy is following. We'll see what happens here. Can we see another push? Of course, CPI did hit the reset on certain areas, as we saw, of course, certain kind of action come in there. CPI definitely coming down, but that's oil coming down, and oil just came right back up. So what will we see the next CPI print? Things to think about. All right, let's keep going in the tape. Let's go to some micro action. Of course, we already talked a little bit about it, but let's go to ASML. You're seeing it up right now, up 5.2%. Of course, this is a monopoly, raised its full year revenue guidance. Everything looking good underneath the hood here. Both coming in here at gross margins at 54%. Q2 sales at 9.33 billion euros. This is on top of the prior guidance. Everything just looking great underneath the hood for this company. And the management called the upgrade service is now the management called out the AI-driven memory and logic demand and raised Q3 guidance alongside. This is the cleanest single AI print validation for the cycle and a mirror image of yesterday's IBM implosion. Let's go talking about a good story today as we talk about PayPal. This is up 18.5% on a report that Stripe and Advent International submitted a joint takeover bid at $60.50 a share, valuing the PayPal at over $53 billion, a 28% premium to Tuesday's close, backed by roughly $50 billion in committed banking financing. Stripe and Advent would hold equal stakes, keeping the company intact, including Venmo. Discounts to the bid is wide, and pre-market trading right now is at 54.60s versus the 60.50 offering. You guys can see it trading up there to 56.50s right now. So we could still see a little bit of some discount opportunities here, signaling that the market speculatism for the first bid close at the mark. We'll see what happens there. PayPal has not responded, and the offer was submitted earlier this month. We'll find out on this one, guys. I don't know why you'd want it, but hey, Stripe, you know what you're doing. I believe in Stripe. That's been one of the best private players here in this space. We'll see if this makes sense moving forward. All right, let's go here. There was another stock down on some preliminary results here. So let's go to more shakeup news. Here's PNR. This one down 17% as preliminary Q2 sales of 930 million versus a prior guidance of up to 1%, a 17% miss. Adjusted EPS at $1.12 versus $1.47 and $1.50 prior guidance. So definitely some hard hit here, and things just not looking good here. All right, let's go to AEHR. It also is in the tape here. As we see this one ripping there, and it's pushing right now towards the 97.50s, could be pushing through towards the 100 as we start to see this lift up 29%. The semiconductor burned in equipment maker Q4 EPS at 11 cents versus a negative 1 cent expectation on revenues of 18.84 billion, up 34% year over year. They issued fiscal year guidance here at 130 to 150 million, implying growth of roughly 160 to 200% from full year 25. We'll see what happens here. The record Q4 bookings there of 60.7 million. Effective backlog stands at 100.6 million. AI processor and silicon photonics burn in now for account for 80% of the quarterly revenue. So this is definitely a kind of a really nice story, really nice investment story. And look at the turn there from 70 now back to 97, and just driving strong here. We'll see if this can continue to rally. All right, guys, we'll take a look at some more action as we continue. Almost 9 o'clock here, but let's go back to the overall market. Let's take a look at the action right now. Q's just climbing and climbing as we speak there. As I'm talking to you guys, I just see the market just continuing to push up here. I'm missing out on some of these moves, so I do want to take part on this, but this is what happens sometimes, right? I'm here doing the news, and I'm just watching the rally take off here. So I think this is a takeoff type of a day where you could get the action really quickly out the gates and then another fade off into the afternoon, like we kind of saw yesterday, right? So it's pretty hard now to look for some pullbacks. We'll look to see what happens as these stocks are just on liftoff as we speak. We'll see what happens there. Now Micron's coming right back. This is one name I could come after today. So I'm going to be looking at it. Of course, SK Hynix having a beautiful day there yesterday. I was looking to see if that could reverse yesterday, and that's exactly what happened. So I hope somebody was able to nail that trade. It's pulled back this morning, so we'll look to see if we get some kind of red to green action in SK Hynix as a potential mover. All right, we'll keep taking a look at some different stocks out there, guys. What are you guys taking a look at, and what is on your radar? We'll take a look at some more action today. And man, I got to tell you guys about a story a little bit later today, but we'll talk a little bit more about that with Michael Noss coming up. All right, guys, seeing Cisco rebounding. That's another one that I like here today. We'll be watching names like, let's say, like LITE and names like that, right? Starting to see these names start to rebound. Lumen, right? I could look at like a GLW, right? That was hot before all this situation happened. Now will we start to see this name start to rip higher, right? So looking for these pullback types of names to start flipping back. We'll see what happens here, guys, as we've gotten some good corrections in technology. And one thing to notice will be a tell sign today is if IGV actually comes down. I'm actually looking to see if the IGV comes down as a good sign, as a tendency to seeing what? That software sells off when the market comes up. So we'll see what happens today if it can hold in. All right, let's go to some other action. We'll take a look there. How's SPCX doing? There we go. It did we undercut the IPO? I think that was like 134. No, we didn't just yet. Down to 137 as investors are just holding their breath for SpaceX. It's just like, please come back. Well, we'll see if that comes back or not. Doesn't look good right now, but it could be bouncing on the day. We'll see what happens there as we do see some bounce there. It's just a tough action, tough to invest in certain things, guys. And also Rocket Lab, I mean, all the space area is just now bouncing, so that doesn't help it, right? All right, we'll continue to look at this. The only thing that can save it is like RTX or Lockheed Martin. All right, right now I am seeing SK Hynix take another leg down there, so we might still see that red to green opening that we're looking to see there on SK Hynix. So SK Hynix already kind of breaking down a little bit there. Why won't you open? Okay, I don't know. SK Hynix does not want to open up for me, but we'll worry about that a little later today. Micron is the one that I'm watching right now as it starts to climb here. Looking to maybe take another bet. And I did get hit on Micron overnight, but we'll talk a little bit more about that story coming up. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on the man himself, Michael Noss, to see what's going on in the market, how he sees it, and looking to see where the bot's trading today.
A round of applause. Holy smokes.
Get a round of applause, dude.
Jeez.
When's the last time you got a round of applause when you just come onto the screen? Come on, man.
I know. That's crazy. I'll take it. Yeah, so far it's... Oh, I think I'm sharing... Yeah, I'm sharing the wrong thing. Hold on one second here. Yeah, so again, they liked whatever number came out. There we go. Back up now. Which is good. I guess that's all we really want to have happen. And we still really can't shake this range too much. And we have to kind of... I know it's... beating a dead horse, reminding everyone, but this is Monday's candle. Here's Friday's candle, Monday's candle, Tuesday candle. Just everything is hanging out inside here. So not too much to really report, but I cannot stress how important this is as like to your trading career, is understanding knowing that there will be many times like this. In fact, the majority of the time, the market will be sideways consolidating. It will be, sorting through different things. It will be boring. It will, your job is to, find the stuff that's moving, find, big trades. Right? I know everyone's doing like that VEE thing and stuff like this if you're a low float person. But even if you're not a low float person, by definition, when the market is range bound, there has to be something going up and something going down, because the only other way that it works when the market's range bound is that if everything is stuck in the range. And I don't think that's, right, anyone believes that that's really the case, that there's nothing moving. So more likely when you see this sideways consolidation, it's because you're getting some under the hood rotation. You're getting some stocks moving up, you're getting some stocks moving down, and that's your job, is to figure that out. But when the market's range bound, just know those rotations are faster. So, you might get a day or two of an outperformance, and then it might flip, and that's okay. So we're not, when we talk about how boring everything is not to say don't trade, to say you just got to understand the trading's a little different. You just can't buy a growth stock that's breaking out and having a good time and everything's looking like it's, sunshine kittens, and just chase that breakout and make a bunch of money. There are times for that, and it will be back at some point. It's just not the time for that right now. It's not the area. It's not the time to be doing that kind of trading strategy. The time, it's now looking for shorter term trades, mean reversions. This is the kind of thing that day traders, in theory, should absolutely love, in which there's just way less going on from a swing trading side of things. So you just focus from that day trading side of things. And then vice versa. When you have markets that are just going up every single day, day after day, in a very low volatility kind of a fashion, well, that's a different environment entirely. And, we had those even right back here. And in May, there was just one of those days where the market was just up every day, but the ranges of the candles were just very, very small. And that's more of a swing trading environment where you're just buying things and you're riding this particular trend. This right now is more of a day trading environment where the ranges are actually pretty wide on the market. However, just nothing's actually moving. And a good indicator for this, if you want to kind of mathify it, is just looking at ATR, or average true range. This is just more or less the size of the candles. And you can see right here in May, right, and how low this thing got. The size of your average candle was like near nothing over here in May. And now we're not nearly as elevated as we were down here, but now we're much more elevated from an ATR basis. So it means that stocks are moving more than they were before, just like intraday, where it is not going anywhere. And this is the concept that people will talk about as a TTM squeeze. I know is a popular indicator for things like this. There's a couple different ways to measure it, but that's the premise behind it, is that you have periods of time and when the market's just not doing too much and just, having this sideways type consolidation, and you're just looking for breakouts that happen after that. So as if we go down the list, right, healthcare pulling back again. This was the strongest sector out there. I got cut out of most of my healthcare yesterday. I still have some, but it's pulling back. I think this might be a good time to maybe look for a reload or a remove into healthcare, because we're getting this rotation. Everybody was talking about semiconductors, that they were hot. You could not lose money trading semiconductors. It was probably it was the hardest thing to do, is to be able to go in and say, oh, this is, how do I lose money in a semiconductor play? Because literally just all of them were going up every single day and just ripping higher. Then it kind of switched to healthcare. There was a couple days here, a while here, where the whole healthcare industry was absolutely booming. So now we look for the next rotation. Right? Finance is still holding strong. I'm still in that one. But at some point, I got to think the money comes back to the Mag 7. So now that we have this couple resistance points here on the Mag 7 around 66 or so, that might actually be a nice place to get a little bit of a trade off of. And the main thing that's making this interesting to me is NVIDIA is actually really, really strong today, or over the last couple of days, considering, right, Micron didn't really move, SanDisk didn't really move. It's like a flight to quality back into the semiconductor industry, where we're getting those semiconductors pushing up, right? Which one is a good measure for choppy markets? Yeah, the chart's a good way to do it. There's also this indicator. I don't think we have it on our charts, but I'll bring it up here. And this is by, I believe the man's name is John Carter. And I think this is like proprietary to him. So just know that. And it's just called TTM squeeze. And I'll explain this indicator just a little bit. It's not that one. It's not this one here. So we'll shrink this and we'll expand this indicator. It's this one on the bottom. And so it's using two metrics to measure volatility. Actually, let's just, to make this easier, I'll just get rid of this one for you. And then we'll make this one bigger. So the TTM squeeze is, come on. I can't grab this corner. There we go. Right here. So this is an indicator that just kind of shows a couple things. There's this histogram on the top and bottom, but we're actually going to ignore this entirely. And we're going to focus only on, so we'll remove that. We're going to focus on this line right here, which is this dotted line. And the idea is when it's green, there is a trend happening. And when it's red, we're in consolidation. There's no trend happening. So let's go here to the SPY. And when it's black, it means that the trend is really, really consolidated. So how this indicator is calculated is it uses two metrics. One is ATR, which I just showed you guys, which is, again, essentially just how much a stock moves any given day. Right, a high ATR stock is one that has a lot of intraday movement. A low ATR stock is something that has a little bit of intraday movement. And then it takes that and it combines that with a indicator just called Bollinger Bands, which I'm sure you all know. And Bollinger Bands is how much a stock moves around a 20-day moving average. If it moves a lot around a 20-day moving average, then the bands are wide. And if it just moves a little bit around a 20-day moving average, the bands are narrow. So what the TTM squeeze does, if the Bollinger Bands are inside the ATR, it turns this black and then red when it's really, really tight. And so we got to think kind of conceptually, what does that mean when those two indicators are kind of colliding, right? The Bollinger Bands are inside the ATR. It just means relative to how much the stock normally moves, it's not moving very much around its 20-day moving average at all. So when you get this squeeze condition, it means the Bollinger Bands are really, really tight around an overall ATR. So it's a great way to measure how much, based off how much the stock normally moves in a day, how much is it fluctuating around an individual moving average. And this has been used a lot. I know options traders love it. And the idea is that when this thing is red, potentially you're an option buyer looking for a move in a direction. When it's green, maybe you're an option seller because volatility is increasing. So it's a way to measure volatility back to itself. And if you go through the indices and you just pay attention to this kind of dot on the bottom, again, either red or black, also they all mean really tight. And if you go through all of them, right, IWM, QQQ, RSP, right? All of them are in tight consolidation ranges. And this is a good indicator because it goes back and it's relative to itself. And it always says, right, this thing is tight relative to itself. And yeah, it's an interesting one. And I think Snowman just said it here, reading that book now, Mastering the Trade, by John Carter, which isn't that the guy from Terminator? Isn't that the guy who saves the world from Terminator, I think? But maybe I'm butchering the name.
Get down.
But yes, very, very good indicator, a very simple way to measure, is this consolidation? And if you look at it on the chart, you can kind of see it, right? So we were red back here, where it was definitely consolidation. We were red back here, where you can see the consolidation. And just like any indicator, it's going to have some lag to it. John Connor is the... Yes, is the Terminator guy. John Carter is the, So it's interesting. And again, options players love it because, when the market is consolidating, maybe you want to be an option buyer looking for a breakout. When the market's really wide is generally when you want to be an option seller. And it's just using this volatility metric and just saying volatility goes from right? Tightening to expanding to tightening to expanding. And right now we are just in this volatility tightening pattern, which all it means is maybe you adjust your trading. Right? There's a lot of systems I know that are look at this indicator and say when it's wide, maybe you're a more mean reversion person, and when it's tight, maybe you're trying to find breakouts or whatever it is, but you're using this as kind of regime filter. And right now we're just in a very tight regime, and all that means is that at some point we get a breakout. Who knows if it's up or down? That's the hard part, and who knows when. But right, volatility, price is not mean reverting, right? Prices trend over time. Volatility mean reverts. So anytime you're in a period of very low volatility, the only thing you can say for certain is eventually we'll be in a period of high volatility. And again, that's the easy thing to say. The hard thing is the when and the where and the why. Those are the hard things.
Tune in right here, right? I mean, hey, I've been calling sideways action since June 15th, a whole month. And the biggest and most important thing I always say, know your current environment. If you don't know your current environment, strategies are going to struggle. Has to match it. Or you need to be able to at least take the downside when your strategy is not being in play.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's what's really happened here. And Lucid, yes, Lucid, go to the floor, because Money Mitch was right on that one, to the upside and the downside as the Lucid Dreamers start to disappear.
Bam. Wow. So it went all the way down to 2, and now it's doubled off its lows already. Holy smokes.
Yeah, you don't short bankrupt stocks. We all know this game. If you don't know it by now, well, start learning. You don't short bankrupt stocks. They pop like often, and double often. So you don't go shorting that name now. I mean, if you're doing that, you're just doing it wrong.
Lucid funded well into next year. That's what the latest news I said.
Yeah,
so,
what they get some more Saudi money?
6 months. That's
well, just spend and burn.
Well into next year. Okay.
Yeah, man. This was one of those where it was crazy because I remember still calling it out on the SPACs attack back in that days when this was, I think, CCIV. And then still, we'll never forget they were calling this DirecTV. That's what they was going to buy. And then it bought this. It went to the moon. And then I said, oh, that's the top. That's the top. This is a dream too. The lucid dreamers, man. Got to be careful when you're lucid dreaming out there. SK Hynix making new lows. The Q's starting to pull back there as we get to move into the SPY opening here. Of course, putting a little bit of some pressure towards it. I think the big watch today is watch for the energy upside move. Because if oil goes for another rip higher, well, that's going to, of course, throw a little bit more wrench in the outlook moving forward. Because one of the things that we got on this week was a lower CPI print. But if oil stays up here and the war continues, guess where the next CPI print's going to be? Exactly. Not up a little bit.
Will they get it wrong again?
Up massively.
So that's the real thing is, do they get it right or do they get it wrong?
It doesn't even matter. The expectations of it going already towards the moon already change things up, Michael. It doesn't even matter if they get it right or wrong. The expectations are going to be way higher. They're not going to be negative like this one was. Right. So that CPI report, we got to be careful for because it's going to be a spike. Right. So, of course, that will start to bring up more conversation. But it just tells me more long that we're in for prolonged interest rates at being right where they are. I don't see a hike. I don't see a cut. I don't see anything changing for the rest of the year.
That's what the market's starting to price or is price that in as well. So the beauty of it is when the market is priced that in is all you have to do is look for if there is a surprise in any direction. Right. So if everyone's betting one way, You just got to look if that thing happens. Well, that's not very interesting. But if the other thing happens that nobody's expecting, that's where things start to get super interesting. It's, again, the thing I love about these prediction markets is you can see, and I remember we had the same chat when it was the Supreme Court ruling on Trump's tariff thing, and everyone had priced that exactly what happened was going to happen. And so it made for not that interesting of a trade, but it just showed you where the entire world was thinking. And you can just look to see if there's something to the other side of that, which that's all you really need.
Chat's on a little bit of some discourse there, talking a little bit about France and Spain and who's going to win the World Cup, of course. We've been doing lots of predictions out there. Shout out to it. Spain for the title? I hope not. I hope not. I thought they got lucky yesterday against France. They played some good defense, right? And that's all you kind of have to do, right? So we'll see what happens out there. Let's keep pushing. All right, we'll take a look to see, but definitely today, Argentina versus England. That will be a fun game for sure to see who wins and takes that one. Then we get to the finals. Will Messi make it to the final again? Find out, right? Spain played very aggressive. Oh yeah, the referees have been allowing a lot of contact this World Cup. A lot of calls that probably normally called fouls. Just being allowed, so you gotta play physical. How's Bitcoin looking? Pops is asking, so I'll shoot it over to Michael for that one, and then we'll take some more questions from the chat, and we'll keep taking a look into the chat. Keep throwing up stocks, keep throwing up comments. We're catching them out there.
Yeah, it just has done nothing for over a month and a half now, but it's building a base above this prior low that we had the flush out in February. So essentially Bitcoin has done nothing for the entire year, but it looks like it's starting to try to poke its head over this 65,000 or so resistance. That would be interesting, right? 200-day moving average is all the way up here at 75. So that'd be a nice little return there. Again, I've been telling you guys, I've been kind of buying slowly inside this base with a stop under the base. Just if we roll back over and we get to 55,000, then it's wrong and I'll try again later. But trying to hold on here. And again, this is a good sign for how the market looks overall. And if we do like Ethereum, some good relative strength there, right? Ethereum's been breaking out well before Bitcoin has, just showing some rotation with inside the crypto space. Again, if you do the same, see how important this kind of 1,800 level has been, with lows right here and highs right here, hit that level over and over again. And we broke out of that yesterday, and then we're continuing a little bit today. Most importantly, we got Farcoin up 5%. So the world can't be coming to the end if Farcoin's up 5%, right? Same looking. They all look like this, where you have the lows that happened earlier in the year, and then you just want to see them break and hold those prior lows. Just anyone who had stopped out through there, anyone who had shorted in that area, they're having a bad time. But really, it's one of those everything. The longs aren't having a great time right now, and the shorts aren't having a great time right now when it comes to crypto. It just has been the most boring asset in the world. It just feels like AI just took all its thunder.
It's just what's classic, right? It's called the crypto winter, guys. Mm-hmm. Winter was coming. If you didn't see the signs, you weren't paying attention to the charts.
Look at this go back all the way. Here. This is 2020, 2021.
Winter is here.
It's just done nothing.
All right, guys, let's take a look at this comment here. Mitch, I quit my day job, full-time day trader. Now, so happy. Let's go. Hey, Snowman. Hey, shout out to you. I'm super happy to hear you jumping into your journey and going full time into trading. Like always, as we kick into full time trading, one thing that I would definitely do is really write down your goals of what you're trying to accomplish, right? It's not necessarily comparing this on a daily, right? I always think about this as more of a monthly or yearly outlook. But as you go towards more full-time, your focus will be on what? Driving that bottom line, right? Making that money. So wish you the best of luck, Snowman. Focus on your system, focus on your goals and how you're going to go ahead and catch yourself when you're doing good and bad, right? This is how we go ahead and keep ourselves from not letting one trade make us or one trade break us. Like always, it's good to see and hear from traders like that. You guys out there, if you guys have a story or you guys want to tell us about your journey, feel free to reach out to us at Trade the Pool. You can reach out to us by email, by comments, whichever way you want to. We're always willing to hear your story and tell it. Maybe it's just bringing you on the stream and telling about your trading journey. Always willing to hear from you guys. So it's great to see multiple traders kind of continuing and pushing on their journey. So shout out to you and shout out to everyone out there pushing and continuing to push forward. I'll tell you one thing, man. You probably weren't doing like me last night. And this is when we get the want sound because last night, Michael, of course, these overnight trades have been doing me well. And last night was one of those nights where I knew I was tired and I was like, Mitch, come on. You know you're tired. Do you really want to be doing this? And late at night, I go and I start a trade, and I'm just like, you know how I am. I'm usually not putting a stop immediately. I'm kind of watching it. Next thing you know, boom.
Oh no.
I wake up. It's like 3 or 4 a.m. and I'm like, oh no. I have like the phone on my chest. I'm like knocked out. I'm like, yep. It was one of those nights. So put on a little bit of a micron trade last night. Forgot to set the stop. And yeah, it cost me. It cost me a good amount there with micron. The worst part on the 4 a.m., if I was watching at 4 a.m., it actually spiked into the green like a little bit over $100. And then just came, just tumbling down. You guys can see that on the chart right there on Micron. So it's one of those where it's just like, man, you snooze, you lose. And literally, did I snooze and lose? So, hey, it's just how it goes sometimes, man. Not gonna get too mad about it. Can't get too frustrated. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, right? Well, the pockets are empty today, boys. Pockets are empty.
It's
how it goes.
The way it happens, and you're gonna be wrong a lot.
Well, it wasn't even that I was wrong. I shouldn't have fell asleep.
Well, then that was the wrong thing to do, right? And you always just look back and say, okay, and make a note for the next one, and
it's just how it is,
on.
man. At least I tell you guys the stories, right? At least you guys get to hear the stories. These are the stories that most traders just hide behind.
Yeah, and it's important to just acknowledge, right? And
we all make
publicly
mistakes.
or and you
all
say,
make
okay,
mistakes, man.
You move on, and
you move on, right?
More importantly, you come up with some sort of plan or system to make sure that you're not making that mistake again in the future. Because making a mistake one time, that's fine. It's human. Everyone will do it. If you start making the mistake twice or 3 times or 4 times, then it's like, well, you really got to think about what are you doing, right?
They've been doing really well, and I always set the stop. And in this case, just fell asleep, man. And that's how it goes sometimes, right? So even if I had to set the stop, right, even if it doesn't go to the green, I definitely don't lose what I lost, right? And that's the key, right? Is always thinking in what? Risk and reward mentality, guys. You can take any trade if you understand your risk and you understand your reward, right? Like on Easily, those trades that I've been doing on Micron, they've been like 10-to-1 trades, right? So as long as I can stick to that one aspect, then it doesn't seem too bad, right? But then, rec trades like this is what ruins your math, right? This is why I always tell people, keep your math in your favor. The moment you ruin your math, it starts to mess with your probability, your your ups and downs and things like this. This is why our number one job is to try to just stay disciplined to what you do, right? Especially subjective traders out there, right? Because that's just going to keep the math in your favor because you worked hard to set that math in your favor. The number one thing that you don't want to do is make errors that ruin the math probability on your side. You're essentially destroying your own edge, right? And you don't want to do that. Tons of traders make this mistake.
So we got Warsh talking again.
30 minutes, and I don't care about Warsh, Michael. I
I
really
just
don't
figured
care.
they-
Don't even mention him. I don't want to see him today because
Good.
that was as boring as ever yesterday. And we don't care what he has to say right now. He's not going to say anything, man. He's a good old boy. That's what I noticed yesterday. He was a good old boy. He didn't want to do headline comments. He wanted to just stay in line with what he should be doing, which is not a bad thing, right? In the long run, that's a good thing for us.
That's
But
what you want.
everyone was expecting the headline. The headline, right? Everyone was looking for what comment can he say, right? Well, I don't think we'll get much from him, which is not a bad thing. That's
Well,
a good
I
thing.
like his policy of, hey, Fed members, shut up. Let's do more of that. I always said there should be a moratorium on these guys talking. You listen. You chose to be in economics. No one, just stop. Just do your numbers and do your job. And I don't want to know your name or hear about you. It just was so obnoxious because you'd have guy A come out and go, everything's horrible, the sky's falling, and then guy B comes out 10 minutes later and everything's great. It's like, just okay, shut up, dudes. I know you want your moment of fame and all that kind of stuff, but it's just not. We don't need it. We don't
Taking
need
a
you
little bit
guys.
of AVGX. We just got an alert there for AVGO. This is one stock on my radar to look for a quick little lift off at the gates here. I've been waiting to see if this stock could go back up here. So I'm going to look for a nice little breakout today in AVGO. Already getting some of that action. Does have earnings coming up, right? So watch out. Already making moves.
So I did take one earnings play that I'll be watching on the open. That's ASML. I sold puts way down, and it's like 16.50. Looks like those are going to open up pretty good. Should be getting into that one for a pretty decent profit. So still batting 100 on this. Again, I know my day is coming, but this has been amazing. I'm going to walk you guys through maybe today, maybe when we get some time, but just the Claude process where I have it goes and grabs all the data online and it just sends me these nice little reports.
Did you make it a skill so I could steal it yet?
I think so. I don't remember.
FCX alert there. So that's another stock I'm watching for a move today.
Just bring this in here, but yeah, it creates this report for me. It creates it around. Just delete all this stuff. Boom. Yeah, here's the open here.
Here's the open. Let's get after it, traders.
But yeah, it just creates a report like this, and it just sends it to me every day. The earnings expected move report, and it gives me the ones that are high volatility and low volatility, and I just focus on the high volatility ones, and then I just go to the chart and I just take a look and say, okay, well, for me it was like 1650. Well, that was this prior resistance. I'm like, I'll take a shot there. So took the trade, and we'll exit here pretty quickly on the morning. I just put out like a stink bid after I know roughly what price they're going to be trading at. I put out a stink bid there, and then let whatever happens. AEHR is, I know, a crowd favorite, and that one is kind of ripping here. AEHR. Come on, there we go. Right, this was down a whole bunch, and now it's gapping up. I think this was earnings.
Basic materials doing well at the gates. Metals and minerals rocking and rolling here. So just MP materials on the radar for me and others like that.
So zoom in quickly here to the SPY, up 0.37%. It's challenging the breakout of this range we've been in for a long time here. And hasn't quite made it through yet, but we got to pay attention. Yeah, AHR did have earnings last night. That's why it was gapping up there. So this is the box that I drew out, and this is what I need to see in order to kind of resolve this earnings or this range that we've been in for some period of time.
SEDG getting a nice little lift there. Solar stocks pushing there. I kind of like solar stocks with the Google mention from last night. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but like to look for solar stocks.
Boom. All right. So I got filled on that ASML out of that name. So that was just a nice little, again, quick hit. I do fully understand.
Carvana.
I guess is important when you're talking about these. I fully understand that my time is coming, but it's like the whole the Game of Thrones things. What do we say to death? Not today. It's the same thing. It's not today. My day was not today.
Carvana on the potential move to the upside here. I like the look here. I also would take a look at Tesla with that. Talked about it yesterday. Tesla could be seeing a nice little lift today, and it is already here. I'm trying to buy some Tesla. It's just ripping through, man. Let's see if I can get some on the pullback here. There you go. Grabbed a little bit there. Let's go Tesla. Let's make a move today. I like this Tesla. I like Zscaler giving me alert. I'm going with mainly alerts that I had already placed. Carvana is another name that I liked, but I like Tesla to move faster than Carvana, right? But I do like both of those names. We'll see what happens here. Nice little pullback there in Tesla. I'm going to look to like reload towards the 400 if I can get it.
Going through some of the big gappers there. Again, this AEHR is strong off the gates, even after the strong earnings report they had. You see a big pop on earnings, a huge continuation from that. You're talking, 42% up after earnings. And this is a AEHR test systems, but that's a big one, big pop there. A clean spark, talking about CLSK. Oh, that's moving.
Probably moving.
So yeah, this is another one of those that I think jumped ship. Said, no, it's not good being a Bitcoin miner. All right, let's do something else.
Tesla holding in here, now going for another, try to attempt to push through the highs. I like this look here. I'm going to go for an ad here in Tesla. There we go. Got the ad. Let's see if it wants to rock now. There we go. Good action here. Come on.
Here. What's cool? Yeah, I was going to say Crow isn't even talking about any crazy penny stocks. That's how you know things might be chilling out here.
Steel doing well today. Basic materials, everything green except healthcare and defensive out the gates.
Oh, so I got a short triggered here on that VEE for the hangover setup. Just a tight stop over the pre-market high there. This one's just been insane, like recklessly insane. From $4 up to 50. I don't remember what these guys do. I don't know but Power Cats. Cool. But one of those, if you zoom out on the chart, it used to be $10,000 a share at one point, and now it's bouncing. So just trying to get a little bit of a trade, something happened there. But yeah, so that's VEEE. You probably saw it around a lot in chat because I think Crow's had a couple good trades on it as it's been ripping. This is just my shot. And like we saw with a couple of these other ones, is sometimes it takes a bunch of shots, right? Sometimes you take the shot, you get hit, you take the shot and you get hit, and then eventually it ends up working out for you. And watching this thing in paper is one of the cool things, and why I always still myself, I always recommend paper trading new systems, is because it just got me a really good feel about what happens to a lot of these names where
love that.
Go ahead. Where's
Just added on AVGX, looking for the AVGO to lift above now. Tesla lifting there, that looks good there as Tesla starts to push here. Let's see if we can really get the lift off now. At this point, don't want it back into the 404s, just want it to start pushing towards like 410s. There we go, looking good. Might get out if it pulls back and then look to reload on Tesla. Yeah, it's just not continuing to break out right now. I'll give it a chance to hold the 9 here. Let's see if AVGO can really start moving now. Tesla reload at the 405. Let's see if they reload it. Should just be a runaway trade if it's going to keep going here. There we go. Nice, good action here. Now I can put it on that low and let it go. Come on. Get above that.
Nice work. We're starting to see a little bit of a continuation here with just across the board on the markets, right? The SPY is continuing its potential breakout. Just got to get through that level, right? That's all that matters. Get us out of this range. And, well, more importantly, I guess, hold it, right? Get us out of this range and hold it, as opposed to what we've been doing recently, which is testing the top of it and just rejecting really, really quick.
All right, adding here to AVGX. Want to see this start to take off now. Tesla, come on, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Hold that 9. Let's go on the run.
We did just that in the SPY. We came right up to 755, which was the high from Friday, and so far just pulled right back in. Grab the screen here for a second here. All right, you can see this blue line. You can see that prior high happened right there at 755.5. We came right up to 755.5, and then bam, right back down. So it's just currently it's a brick wall for this, right? We just can't get. I'm glad I got it ASML pulled back there, but yeah, just can't get through. For now, that could change at any time, but yeah, we hit our head, and it looks like we might be coming back down to at least retest the open. And that's a bit of a bummer for people who are following along there.
All right, just looking for Tesla to see if it wants to make the lift here. I'm in the right sector. I'm in the right industry.
Sober.
Right? And what I tell myself that is it's easy to look at what's leading from the open, cyclicals, what's leading in the industries there, auto trucks and dealerships. So this was not a bad area to look at. Seeing home improvement stores up, luxury good, lodging up today. Lodging tells me look for that Airbnb breakout, and there it is. It's pushing well right now. I like that pullback on Airbnb. I'm just too heavy in right now names, so I'll look to maybe get the cash, but Airbnb looking awesome here, guys. On a longer term trend, I really do like Airbnb here. It just keeps holding in, looking for a break above 150s for continued upside action. Let's see if AVGO wants to get going today, guys. That's what I'm watching for. That's what could really make me some big money today.
Chat's trading sober there. It's halted to the upside. And right, this is definitely a boom and bust kind of a name. I remember this getting super excited. Everyone gets super pumped on it, and then it falls back down and then pumped. So this is a crowd favorite for sure. And ripped up. So we're in an up halt. I'll let you guys know. I've got it on a corner of a screen here. Let you guys know when it opens back up.
Still watching Tesla just go sideways off the 9 EMA here. We'll see what happens if it starts to make an up move or not. It's kind of hanging in there. Could get another drive and then get going here. AVGO looking really great. I'm just going to hold on to that bad boy. I think that could make a nice big breakout. So I'll hold on to AVGO right now, and that's AVGX leverage. So I went, full degenerate.
Oh, I love to hear that.
I went full degenerate. I was like, you know what? Just go AVGX. The
I think
X, Michael. The X. It's all about the X, man.
I think these are powerful tools to, either
Oh, did you see the
exploit an edge
powerful tool
further.
on Lucid?
Yeah, it dropped 91% or something when the rumor of
Yeah,
bankruptcy,
it's
and
two
then
times leverage, and it's just like, oopsies.
it tripled. So a lot of people had a hard time there. Somebody did amazing. There was like the
Someone
greatest
absolutely
dip up
killed it.
of all time. Because this was. Let me see if I can find it.
Tesla's struggling a little bit. Trying to hold on to it right now, guys.
Lucid.
See the 15-minute. Could get another ad there towards 402s. Let's give the 402 spot. AVGO going into the green there at least. That's looking good. If I can get this to rip today, I can really make some money. Can make my money back and then some. So just setting myself up for the trades, right? That's all you can do. Set yourself up and stay in the game, guys. Let's go. Another thing, try to play those plays that you're looking for, right? Like I was looking at Tesla. It's part of I do like a nightly review. I need to do like a Substack on this already. I do too much, man.
Substack's great.
Yeah. I mean, I do a really nice nightly report, and I gotta use it. I gotta use it a little bit more. Right. So you guys see here,
this
do a
one.
nightly report. It's like really well done, guys. Like it has like trade ideas and everything on there. So I do this like every single night. So a lot of that was also looking to see what happened in Tesla with those cyclical names, because cyclicals are really looking like they're really strong. This was highlighting a lot of the cybersecurity breakout. I mean, did you see that breakout yesterday, Michael? Oh my God. Look at some of this action. Like
Oh yeah.
10% for Okta, CrowdStrike
Yeah, I got
12,
'em.
Pan W 6, Sentinel 7. I mean, so just gotta start a little Substack off for that. That's my nightly homework. Oh, did you see Claude coming out with teaching skills? And for teachers,
Great.
now you can get Claude teacher for free if you're from K to 12.
That's a good way to start. Get people hooked.
No, not even hooked, dude. Just overall, just improve the education system. I mean, I don't know about you, but majority of the teachers out there suck. So I think this would be an amazing way to improve education, especially just update it, right? Like some of the education is so old, it's like so outdated. It's like early 90s, these curriculums were like kind of built up and they're still using them nowadays. It's like, no, man, that's not the same way. That's not the same thing you should be teaching. And you shouldn't be teaching the same way anymore in an AI driven world. You need to start changing your way you're teaching. Kids don't need to just learn how to be memorization robots anymore. Let's start teaching them to use their creativity. Let's start teaching them to build stuff. I want to see like the second graders building apps, Michael. Having the ability to build an app, right? And maybe it's something simple, dude. Dog crossing a road, like look left and right. There's cars coming. Like I don't know, man. There's so many things, but you just got to keep pushing. Got to keep pushing. I got hit there on Tesla's pullback there, so not gonna get that AVGO breakout now. Just got pegged on that little slight tick there. So we'll see what happens there. AVGO pulling back there. That was that overnight loss there in Micron, costing me on the max out there. But AVGO, I have a feeling, is just going to break out now, guys. So if you want one name and you're not going to yell at me, it's AVGO. I think that one's on a nice bigger move there, but just how it is sometimes. Tesla was right there too. It's looking good. Just started to pull back there off that 402. So cut out there. But I'm getting out of here at 10:15 anyways today, so wanted to take the shot. AVGO is definitely a good look here on the daily. I really do like this setup, guys, so I will just mention that a couple of times here because I have a feeling tomorrow we'll be talking about this at like 410s, and that's a really nice look, right? So is what it is. Can't be upset about it. We'll see if it gets going there, AVGO.
Show this lucid ETF, right? So this is what we were talking about. And obviously the importance of trading these things small and risk management and all that went from about 50 cents, the WTF, down to I think 3 cents was the low in pretty much a straight line. So anyone long there had a really bad time, but like the greatest bounce play ever was buying it at 3 cents and selling it at 30 cents later when they came out and denied the news. And it's not even open today. So I don't know if they're just shutting it down entirely and saying that was too crazy. But yeah, this is why, again, you don't take these with really huge size because you can leverage up in them. You use them to consume less buying power. And that person just would have been stopped out and moved on. And then the SPY, you can see, again, this line, I'm just going to make this line a little thicker for you guys right here. This is the high of the range we've been highlighting all week. We got right there and then just reversed from it entirely. Just right to that range and away she goes. And so just be careful, right? We are range bound until the market proves that we're not range bound. And for that, I'd like to see a break, and not just a break by a couple cents, but a break and a hold, some sort of consolidation above that move, a pullback that is met with buyers really quickly, something. And yeah, this is just showing exactly what we've been saying all week, which is just it's not the swing for the fence markets. It's the consolidate, come up with ideas, that type of thing, and then rip it after that. And we're just not there yet. I don't know what's going to get us there. Seen absolutely nothing from our boy Walter this morning. So either he's napping or, here, something like let's get Trump going. Let's get someone woken up, some coffee into them, get some crazy tweets going on. Let's get something to shake us out of this range. And I would love to see the data on this from the back end of brokers and prop firms. And I bet you more money is lost during periods of time like this week, over the last 4 or 5 days. I bet you there's been more money lost than when we have wicked crazy crashes in the markets, because when this is happening, there's people like anticipating and trying to push trying to get a breakout going, trying like not adapting to really nothing's happening. And it's one of the beauties of systematic trading. Like I go look over at my swings and there's been nothing. Like I think I've taken one swing and one loss this week, and that was it. And other than that, there's nothing happening. It's like I'm all right with that. You should have systems that get very active when the market is active and very dead when the market's dead. And it's just a good way of like a self mechanism. Is it a trap, the breakout? I don't know. That doesn't seem like that didn't bleed through high enough to trap people. It's just that's where the sellers came in. That's where the people who've been kind of watching the charts and knowing that we're range bound, they saw that we were up there and they took a shot. Now, we are less than a half hour into the day, so we could definitely turn around and rip back through that and sunshine and kittens for everyone. But it is just not happening right now. So if you're looking to chase breakouts, you just wait. You wait to see the breakout and you wait for some confirmation of the breakout. Nap time, Snowman saying, yeah, it's probably on my horizon after this. I'm waiting for my new monster system to come in. I don't want to do too much on my old computer before it moves over. It just means more stuff to move, which is a bit of a nightmare. This will be my first time like fully porting the AI over. So I told it to prepare for its own transfer. Let's see how that actually works when the time comes. Well,
Dun, 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 dun.
Q's just flipped negative. That's something that's happening. But you've got to be, again, you got to just know the market environment. And I'm out there hunting. I'm looking at the streets to see if there's any news. I'm looking for anything VST going against the market. Take a look at this.
It's all about AVGO, baby.
Restra.
And I'm telling you guys, that AVGO, you guys are going to be mad at me. I'm going to be mad at myself later. So just watch it. And I got triggered out there a little early. I got triggered out. I can't buy it.
Put your personal account in, even if it's just a couple shares, take a wide stop, let her go.
That is what it is.
If you're right, then
it's just a good time also. Look at the weekly on that thing. It's had its nice sideways period. I'm looking for stocks more like this. It had a little bit of sideways period, like 3 months. This has been sideways. Like Marvell would be another one to start looking for some bottoming action on. Marvell is definitely getting hit hard right now, but that doesn't mean that it's not close to the bottom. The weekly bottom is around the 198. So I'd be looking to see what happens there around the 200 level to see if Marvell starts to turn. But this one's been already started to turn and has been kind of getting that rounding look, right? So if you get back above this, it just looks like an ABC correction, right? So if you guys don't know what ABC corrections are, well, I might have to do some education on that, right? But that's exactly what this looks like, right? So we'll look to see what happens there if this one starts to lift right back up there, and then there's a huge gap to fill. Can we go back and fill that gap, Michael?
Today?
Doesn't have to.
No, definitely doesn't have to.
I don't think today. I highly doubt that one.
When's earnings for this?
I'm looking for the high towards
up,
410. Yeah, tonight I think AVGO. Let me see. It's coming up soon.
No.
Next couple days.
TradingView says.
Let's see.
26th. Is it? 26th. No, September. Is it? There's no way. That doesn't seem right. It seems like they're skipping a quarter.
No, it seems like it's all the way out in September. No, we're good. I have it in August.
Oh, they already did in June. That's what that's what this drop was here.
Yeah, that's what this drop is. So it's recovering the earnings.
Okay.
Gap.
Late. They report late. Well, that could explain that drop if that's a new thing. But they report like that makes sense. They report like Nvidia does, where they wait for everyone to be done.
Yep.
And we'll do
looks
like a big
good,
live
man.
stream. I'm sure
Looks
when
good,
we
dude.
have that day with everyone in it. I think that will be an interesting one.
Good morning.
What up, man? How's it going?
Good. Well, it'd be going better if I hadn't got into Palantir a little while ago. Right out the gate, Palantir looked nice, beautiful. It went up. I got in. I went long, and it went short. So I've heard you say it before. You know, you stopped a long time ago doing that opening, trading right in that opening, and I know better, but I did it anyway, and I wanted to do it, and thought there may be some continuation to the upside, but as of right now, no.
Well, that's the market. If you look, the whole market did that exact thing, where it ran for the first few minutes and then had a pullback. Right? If you look at the SPY, it kind of looks exactly like that. So just I don't know. You got to look not just at that trade. You got to look overall. You got to go back on your data and say, hey, do you normally have that rough of a time with opening range trades, or was it just today? Is it recency bias, right? Are you just thinking about when you got to hit today?
Well, Jesse, think about it this way, my friend. At least you didn't fall asleep last night holding the phone. Because that's what I did, Jesse.
I didn't. Did you?
I told you to call. I was going to call you to make these trades at night. And
we're going to do
instead,
this.
Jesse, you didn't call me and I fell asleep, dude. I fell asleep and the trade went.
Man.
And I forgot to set the stop, Jesse. I forgot to set the stop.
Oh my gosh. Now you're in the hole.
Dude, you have no idea.
That's the worst. Wake up.
Hey, at least you get it straight. At least you get it straight, guys. Just put it this way. I woke up this morning and I was just like, oh, crap, dude. Crap, dude. It wasn't like yesterday's when I was brushing my teeth and I was like, oh, yeah.
It looks like we might be trying to.
We're holding
take
in,
another
dude.
shot at it here. See, maybe
dude, it's just
we've been
about
holding all week.
The Pistons, man. It's just about the piston effect. As long as the Pistons keep holding here, we're looking good. So what you want to see is, as long as the rotation continues and it keeps to be this wicked rotation, we're looking good. It's when we see all bleed out day that we need to be concerned about. We have yet to see one of those in like months. Like a straight bleed out day, like everything red day. We have yet to see that in a long time.
Consolidations like this in the direction of the overall trend is bullish. It's just like hurry up already.
Hurry up already. Dude, what do you need? What did we talk about on Monday, Michael? Mega cap tech. You need next week. You need Wednesday of next week to be that day that drives it. You need the mags to drive the party here.
And that's the mags breaking out here, hopefully followed.
Look at the daily on the mags. The mags love to run when it's the earnings. Why? Because everyone starts focusing on it. It starts showing up on CNBC. So get ready, because guess what? By the time they start talking about it, the trade's gone, right? The trade usually leaves by that time, right? So that's why I always have a tendency of looking forward. Last week, we were looking at the banks to see if the banks would run, right? Well, we've gotten that move. Now we look to see what does tech run into it with the mega tech earnings, because that's what does what brings more conversation of the cloud spending justifies the AI CapEx spending. So if you're getting a cloud revenues high enough, that justifies you spending an insane amount of money to the right? But if you're not making that money in the cloud space, then it starts to become more concern, because you're not meeting what you need to do to go and make those future investments, So just look for more conversation on that, right? How's the cloud? How's the cloud growth for almost every single one of these big boys, so like Amazon, Google, right? Like cloud space is going to be massively important. That's why they're growing the data centers also. It's not just for people think it's just for AI. It's not for AI only. It's also for cloud. It's also for quantum, right? Quantum by cloud is going to be the way that things play. And you need more and more data centers, more and more data centers to handle all these cloud, all these servers, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind. What are we seeing there? VVVEEEE?
Yeah. Looks like it's coming back. I was up big on it for a second there, but system says an all-day hold, so an all-day hold it is. And then nothing else from any of the other,
dude, it's
any of the other stuff out
PowerCats.
there, right?
This is, are we talking Thundercats here? This company is
so
called
it's-
PowerCats.
It's the Power Cats, man. I don't know what the Power Cats do, but
Twin
if they
V
power up
PowerCats.
cats.
Is this like twin turbo PowerCats engines? I don't know.
no idea. All I know is it used to be
Twin V
This is-
PowerCats.
it used to be
Nice
a
company.
$5 stock, and then it ripped up to $50. So my system says that's probably a bit much. at some point, it's going to come back down. And this is one of those, if you zoom out and do it here on TradingView charts that adjust for splits.
When you know you'd be up $300 or $400 on AVGX, you just hung in there.
Right? You zoom out. Right? This used to be a
You didn't
$3,000
get the
stock.
daily cap on you.
And the fall apart. So that's why doing a lot of these where a really easy thing to scan for too and to build in my systems bit adding is if the stock's currently like under $100 now and it used to be 10,000 at one point, then you know it's one of these junky things that just reverse splits over and over again. So that's part of the system too, is look for something that's just down so much split adjusted, because these reverse splits, these are the kiss of death, right? Generally, if you have to do a reverse split, your company sucks. Now, doesn't mean you can't trade it from the long side. I know on this one in particular, I think Crow was talking about it for the last 2 days. I think he made some good money from the long side, but just means at some point it's probably going to be right back down as to a $5 name, like we saw with the American Rebel, the old American Rebel.
The old American Rebel. Good to see Pops Mafia, Tack in chat, Snowman, Smoked Tuna, Hamid, Robert Walker in chat. Good to see you, Sean. I always want to say Sean Dog, but it says Sean Hod G. So good to see you in chat this morning. Hope you guys are trading well. Hope you traded better than I did. I did take a short on MU, and I got a little bit of it back, so that at least helped. But, definitely a range-bound kind of morning.
FXI over 2%. So China's or tax stock in China. I've been dipping my toe, not enough to like celebrate the move we've had here, but I'm starting to get interested just because zoom out on FXI, you can see how important this kind of 35 level is. And we bled down under that a little bit too far just to call it, one of those smash and grab or liquidity things. We're starting to get back up. This makes me want to just put in a little bit of a longer position here with a stop.
So slow, dude.
Just go.
So slow.
It is. That's why
like even if you get like the return, like what do you get for parking your money in this thing? That's the problem.
What is it? Yin? Right? You can leverage
you need some leverage. You need some maybe like C-Web.
So yeah,
maybe that's a 2-time leverage one.
I think,
but
is Yin a 3?
Yin is
Yin's
I think
3.
the 3. I like the C-Web as more like
right? Or options,
closer
something
to
like
the
that.
FXI. Yeah, options probably your best bet, right? Like if you need
so I
some
think there's a
gas
way
powered on something that's slower, options probably going to be your next bet.
Yeah, but
You got to get timing
watching.
right. You got to get timing right? You had timing factors then.
Yeah, I was thinking not to get. Well, I guess we could get fancy. We're a bunch of nerds here, but I was thinking risk reversal. So, and TAC probably knows a risk reversal is essentially you sell puts to finance calls. It's the simplest way to put it. right? So your
Limit the
call,
upsides, right?
well, no, you're really cranking on the downside. So right, you sell. Let's use FXI, right? So you would sell probably 2 or 3 puts, probably in like the 30s, and use that to buy a call option. And then as soon as it moves higher, right, the puts that you sold go down in value and the call that you bought goes up in value. And then you cover the puts so that you basically have like a free call. So it's a way to get like,
Okay.
yeah, you're getting like a free call option on your security. But it means both of those, selling puts and buying calls, are both bullish bets. So it means if you're wrong, you're double wrong. So you just have to be careful. So we sold SpaceX puts to finance BABA calls. Those are you keep saying you're a turtle trader. I think you need to go back and read that book again, because neither of those are those are not turtle trades there, Tack. That is mean reversion. He was kind of the opposite of mean reversion, that guy.
Oh, tax sold
You
his-
non-turtle.
Michael, I thought that was you. Okay, nice.
You non-turtle.
Oh, not yet. No, I'm still sitting in I'm down. I'll tell you, I'm down.
I mean, I'm down a little bit now too. Not as
I'm
much
down.
as you, because I have less shares.
Oh no, the shares I'm still up on,
you're
but
up
I've been
on the
selling puts. Yeah, because I got them at 135 and we're at
Okay.
137, so I'm up
yeah.
marginally.
You're up a little bit.
But the puts that I sold, I'm down like $3,000 in those, and I've got 16 days left.
Yeah.
So
And
it's just
Snowman, you asked J&J show today. No, J&J show will be tomorrow though. So make sure you come back tomorrow, which I'm sure you will. I see you every day, Snowman.
So yeah, I need one bounce in this to get out of these puts, and then I've just gotten to the point where I've made a bunch of money from trading these options. So I'm more likely to be a good boy
Mm-hmm.
and to sit and just to get my allocation to Anthropic whenever it comes out.
That will be a fun one. Any idea when that will?
They said
Reading on X, just different dates and things, but nothing seems definitive.
no. I think that they were targeting, which usually would make sense at this point, after the summer.
Okay.
Right? It would be a good thing. I don't think you want to launch an IPO, a hyped IPO in July or August, just because the A team's not at its desk. You get like the summer doldrums. If they're smart, they would. You're talking November, September, October, that type of thing, when everyone gets back in action. Because we've talked about it, and we'll talk about it again when that one comes out. Is these things are hype machines. You need that hype. You need people to get like super jacked up about your IPO. So if that mechanism isn't around to get super hyped up, then I just don't think you end up getting nearly as good of an IPO as you want, which is what everybody's after. I do think they bent the rules on this one again, so it's going to get listed in the exchanges a little quicker, but we're getting real
They're
close here
bending
on
the rules
SPY.
for every single one that wants to do it.
Well, it makes sense, right? It's
Does it?
the world has changed. Companies used to IPO as small caps, and then they worked their way up to mega caps. If you IPO as a mega cap, the people who are mad at it just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, what, you want to keep everything the same way it was forever because that's how it existed in the Stone Age? Like, it doesn't make sense.
The problem there though is that it's feeding like a story to you, right? Like, let's say like the investors that are probably down big on SPCX because they get fed this story that the stock is coming out at a valuation that makes sense. Clearly isn't. Right, at least in valuation terms, and they skipped the road show to do this. Right, they did certain things when they put the IPO out. They did very scammy looking things to get around even looking into valuations. Elon set the price. He just said, "This is the price. I don't care what you guys value it at. This is the price that we're going to start at." Like that kind of stuff is where I would say, yeah, regulatory should push back on that, and it should have to actually go through a due diligence process. right? Where the banks are checking things out and there's some type of valuations being measured. It's not just, oh, you can open up at any price you say, Elon. But hey,
It's free markets, right? If they didn't like the price, it would have dumped immediately. Right? Just
not necessarily. It's just IPO
it's,
premiums on first day is normal. I mean, if you look at the life cycle IPO, that's one of the best resources out there for IPOs that tracks data. First days usually do well. First
yeah,
days, but that's it.
because day
Usually
traders.
when it comes to IPOs, right?
Oh yeah, no, buying IPOs right on the opening price is a losing strategy, and not right more so on like SpaceX is what down a couple percent from its IPO price. Look at something like Figma. And right, that's the thing you killed, and they didn't get listed in anything. So right, there's two separate things. Is are IPOs just giant hype machines to get people's money? It's like absolutely, but nobody's been in markets for any length of time is surprised on that. I just think you should, if you're a giant company, you just get listed in giant exchanges. Companies that have gone IPO as small caps have been included in the small cap exchange for years. Right? I think it's that first quarter you can get dropped into the small cap exchange. So why not put them in the large cap exchange if they're large caps, right? SpaceX would have to go to like 0 to not be a large cap anymore. if SpaceX gets cut in a third and it's $50 a share now, it is still a large cap company, still a large cap, right? It meets all the S&P 500 criteria. So I don't know, let it in.
Let it
Yeah.
in.
Yeah,
I took along an
it should
SK
be
Heine.
in, right? It should be in. It's just more, at least do the due diligence on the valuation. Don't let just Elon set the price. That was just BS.
That's just
But that's
BS.
Elon. That's just what happens when you have that much money. You get to just. It's not a question. No one questioned if Elon was gonna get that price. They just said, "Okay, sounds
Yeah,
good.
but
Yes, sir."
I just set whatever price you want, right? No one's forced to buy it.
But that's not the way IPOs work, man. At least that's not the way
no
the
one's-
process is supposed to work.
Yeah, but no one is forced when that thing goes live. There's not one person who's like, "Well, I have to buy this thing now, or Elon's going to come to my house and like punch me." Like I
Yeah.
can just if I think it's worth too much money, I cannot buy it. Or because options opened up so quickly, I could short the heck out of it. I could go through and so if things are going to get, I always look at it like that, is like if things get silly, there's always an opportunity on the other side, and that's our job, is to look at them and say, well, there's a potential opportunity there if the next guy
Oil
comes
breaks
in.
down, guys. Oil new lows, XLE.
good.
Just to mention that's a good
Perfect.
sign there. Remember, I mentioned how you got to keep your eyes on the oil situation there. Oil is breaking down fast there. That can help the market starts to come back up. So if you're wondering what might be holding up some of the market here, at least the SPY, the Qs are complete opposite of the SPY today. SPY up, Qs red and on the bottom there. So you're seeing more piston action, right? We've talked about this piston action so much. And just my last mention before I get out of here, I'll give you guys two plays that I'm continuing to watch that look amazing. Airbnb coming back for that 150 break. That's going to be a name that I'll be watching at the end of the day that could continue. Cyclicals are leading here. So Tesla tells me watch for another move back above the 400. I know Jesse will be loving ideas like that. So Jesse, watch for Tesla. It has earnings next week, Wednesday. So of course that could maybe be a driver. I'm watching to see if Carvana can rip also. So you'd want to see these names start to get back into the green. Ford is one of these names that's doing well in automakers today. General Motors, all these look good because the cyclical sector is looking really good. It's up 1.56% and up 1.12%. And every industry is pretty much green. There is some areas that are a little bit red, like textile manufacturing. That's manufacturing. You have broadcasting, recreational vehicles, home furnishings up, home improvement stores, advertising agencies, packaging, specialty retail, gambling stocks up, leisure stocks, residential construction, lodging, apparel. So many areas that are starting to get hot here. So like, let's say like a gap, right? Like look at this trade here. This is a trade that's been out of favor and looking to start seeing it go. Look at that breakout, right? Look at A&F that we mentioned on Monday that could start making a breakout with the cyclical names, and look at that breakout there, right? So this is a piston effect that we keep talking about. How do you keep up with this? You need to know your sectors, you need to know your industries, and you need to know your themes, traders. So keep up with those sectors, industries, and themes. And where can you do this? Right here, guys. I give it to you guys every single day. Almost give too much edge sometimes out, where you're like, man, that's a little bit too much sometimes. This is beautiful, beautiful trading action, guys. You're seeing more also in the communication. Financials holding in here. A perfect example would be Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley starts today in the red because of their earnings, but look how they're coming right back, and watch to see if Goldman Sachs can now take the lead and jump and continue. This great report yesterday ran Morgan Stanley, and then now essentially undercut yesterday's support area and is now starting to reclaim that area. We'll see what happens in the financials as financials are holding on today. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to go ahead and hop. I'll leave you with the boys. The boys will kick you to 11. Have a good time, guys, and take care, traders.
See you, money,
These
man.
guys
See you guys.
got a breaking news just as much as taking off. Trump tweeting. Iran called a while ago, and they want to make a deal. So, again,
another deal.
Again,
Another deal. I have tried. This is it. Almost could be a game show. We could almost do a game show with this. Like, how many times are we going to get in and out of war with Iran in the next week?
Oh man, it is
really is nuts. I mean,
it's always do
not. There is no try. There is no try in war. Just do it or don't.
What's it? Shit, here we go again meme from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, like just again and again, just over and over and over again. And yeah, that's maybe this line that we're highlighting, this is that prior high. That's the officially, out of this range that we've been in all week to maybe something higher, but we just haven't been able to get it yet. So maybe if now, because usually when you see that first Trump tweet of the day, that's not it. You're about to see a flurry more. So we'll keep you posted. But yeah, just again and again and again, it's over and over and over again. Away we go. Let's just, everything's great. We're amazing. The war's over to, these people are horrible. Everything is bad. More war. And just away we go, all over the place, right?
It is insane. It's not to get too deep in politics, but just saying, it's insane. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. This is what we see. And I just don't know how we can be so gaslit. Honestly, I know you're Canadian, but as an American, I just don't know how we can be so gaslit by any administration at this point. And I'm not zeroing in on one side. I'll take both sides and say, hey, you guys are both just so scammy. Such a scammy world. But, to me and you, Michael, it's about which way is the stock going? What does this mean? How is this going to trend today? That's at this point, that's how I'm reckoning all of it, even as an American.
And that's the correct, and I think the only way to kind of frame that in your brain is there's nothing you're going to do to change, everything about it. It's funny. I finished a podcast. It won't be out for a while, but for my podcast about systematic trading on halts and why these intraday halts exist, and whether or not they're good or bad. And at the end of the day, right, that's the same thing that we settled on, is that they are an opportunity and should be treated as such, because there's nothing you can do about it. It's going to happen. And, there's an auction process that exists to undo every single halt. And there's a way you can you can make money off that auction. And again, it's just like this. It's political corruption will exist. There's
Yep.
nothing I don't even live in your country, right? So there's definitely nothing I can do about it. So you just try to figure out, okay, how do you make money off it? That was the premise of my socialism portfolio, which, right, Intel continues to be the standout from it. I've like tripled my money in Intel this year. I just bought it. I think I bought it.
It's been a good shot.
Just bought it around here because Trump bought it. I was like, okay.
Yep,
Right?
exactly. I mean, anymore, I just kind of look at it and say, hey, what's in their portfolio? Because it probably should be in mine. I mean, that's really the way to look at it.
Well, there's a couple, I think Quiver Quant, let me bring it up on another screen. I think Quiver Quant is free, at least to some degree.
And as we're talking, MU is falling. It's down to 925 now. It's down over 5% today. DRAM down over 5%. SNDK now 10% down today. So the semiconductors are having a little bit of a problem today, a little bit of a pullback at least.
Yeah, you can, right? So these are dated, but you can look these up. So anyway, SPY hit that level again. We reversed from it for now. Let's see if we can hold. But yeah, Quiver Quantitative is just, again, no affiliation, but it's not all free. You know, you get some playing, you get insider trading and Congress trading and all of that. And then there's obviously, you know, pro models. But this is like, for example, you can just scroll through. Here's the most recent trades from July 1st. You can go and you can do that for anyone out there. So here's the political search, and you can go and look at what all these people, I don't know who Tom Carpenter is, but you can go see what Tom Carpenter's holdings are and any purchases or sales he makes. And you
is
can
the
also
paid version just access to quicker information?
Quicker information, and I think alerting. I think you can have, like, you know, if you're someone you want to follow, they'll ping you. This is one thing that I enjoy and I use myself is insider purchases. I don't care about insider sales the way some people do. My whole theory is that there's a million different reasons to sell some stock. You can sell, you've got something to buy, you've got to pay off tax debt, you see it all the time where they'll actually say in the sale report, you know, CEO sells shares to cover tax obligations. And it just means that he's got some option that's vesting that's created some taxable gain or something, and he's selling some just to cover that tax and all of this. But so that's complicated, and it doesn't really interest me that much. But insiders buys really interests me because, again, you can sell for many reasons. There's a lot of CEOs who don't even make salaries. They just purely they get paid off stock. So the only way that they can fund their life is by selling little bits of stock. But if you're buying something, then that means you've gotten cash in your hand and you've paid tax on that cash you've gotten in your hand, and you choose to do anything in the world with it, and you throw it into your own stock. So large insider purchases are something that kind of perk me up, and something that I'm going to start testing more and more. With the strategies, right? You know, say there is insider purchasing and the stock does something, and then you got to filter, right? No offense, the chief executive officer of DLPN. I don't care that you bought $5,000 worth of your company. Like, that's not. But right here, and Oscar is a great example. What got this thing kicking is probably the greatest trade ever. The dude bought at right here at 1150. I don't know if he was a technician or something. He bought like $10 million or something worth of his own company, and that is a big signal of faith in your company, especially when it was beaten down. It was looking like it was down and out for a second there. To take your money that you have earned somehow and paid tax on, and that's never fun, and to funnel that back into the company, that is quite often what the market just wants to see, to say, okay, this is, there's one thing to go online and say, oh yeah, I believe in our company. Our company's awesome. As we're selling
Sure.
here. There's another thing, right? Put your money where your mouth is, and the market enjoys that. I think rightfully so. See that? And we're moving quick. That seems like that might be a news thing. Let me check here, but yeah, you can see
interesting
twice.
too. MU continues to fall, and we're at 919 now for MU.
Yeah, we've hit that level, boom, twice now, and pulled from it.
Wow.
Just can't get her going.
No. Not even supposedly we're going to be getting out of war. It's funny. I think that, how many times, I mean, I know it'll work initially, maybe for a quick pop or whatever, but after you've cried wolf, how many times to say, hey, we're getting out, we're getting in, we're getting out. I mean, like, doesn't the market maybe, doesn't it essentially respond a little less effectively after you've done it so many times?
Yeah. Well,
Where it's kind of like, okay, yeah, great, whatever. Like, we'll
there
just
is
continue to do our thing.
There's an argument that that might be purposeful. That it might be like, if we keep talking about this enough, that we have a deal, and then I hate them, and I'm gonna bomb them, and I'm gonna wipe them off the earth, and oh no, we're great, and they're awesome people, and they're really, if it just, the market just goes, whatever, I don't care. Like, and that's kind of what we've been seeing from, we were down over 10% and looked like that whole weekend of, I'm gonna wipe out a civilization tweet, things were looking nasty there. And then now we're back at war, and the market didn't even blip. Right, we had this. I think it was this day right here that the war started back up again. And I think me and you were on here making jokes of like, prices not since seen from 3 days ago.
Right.
And the initial one, we were all the way right down here, and you can see how we were falling pretty grossly into that. And then this was the taco that rocketed us. But yeah, it just eventually the market just can't. If you can't trust anything, you can't really trade off it. You can't price it in. You just wait until something happens.
And it never fails, it seems, that it's always like after 4 or 5 o'clock on Friday, we get some kind of devastating news. We're going to war this weekend. And right before those futures market open on Sunday, all of a sudden, there might be a potential peace deal here. It's just interesting how they're even like, everything's great all of a sudden. Like, let's just have some weekend wars. And like Tack is saying, Trump's always been like this. He says he's a New Yorker. He even writes with the A at the end. That's great, Tack.
Did MU find a bottom?
Did it find a bottom?
I just think with these semis, I always want to bring people back to NVIDIA, and the fact that NVIDIA's gone nowhere for almost a year. And just their stocks can reprice, right? They can just go, MU doesn't have to rip forever. It can go, okay, MU was worth X, and now it's repriced and it's worth Y. And now that the reprice has happened, it doesn't necessarily need to go up, doesn't need to go down. It can be what it is. It can just hang out. Yeah. And you see this, because as soon as you get to a certain size, there's like a critical mass that you hit. And I think Apple's a great example of this, where Apple's a good stock. It goes up, like the CAGR, the compounded annual growth rate of Apple is amazing, but it just doesn't do doubles and triples and quadruples and anything anymore because it's just too large to. So if you get a 20% year on Apple, you're super happy. Yeah. And what you get for that is the help to the downside. Is if we ever wake up and Apple has dropped like 40% in a single day, something really bad has happened that we all have to take a look at. It's not that's a world shaking event has occurred. And it's a lot easier when Micron and SanDisk are smaller companies to have these big rips. And now I think it's just a different thing. They're just different beasts now that they're bigger.
Yeah. No doubt. And at the moment, it looks like MU's kind of just consolidating right now. So it's not really doing too much. But yeah, low of day 919 for MU. DRAM down to $57. I really thought yesterday, because we kind of had a little bit of a comeback for semis. I was just thinking if we had some more continuation, especially with my DRAM swing, I might be able to get back into the green with that and maybe start selling some shares off.
Check
But
some IBM news. Was
it IBM that got smoked yesterday, right?
Oh, did it ever?
Yeah.
Just obliterated yesterday. I completely fell apart. I did some stats on this where I was like, okay, is this a potential buy the dip moment for IBM? And no.
Really?
Yeah, when it gaps, well, here's another good example. When it gaps down like this, eventually, but it's not for like another month or so, no one enthusiastically seems to buy IBM. And I went through the entire life of the company, which is very long. It's been around for a long time, and it's just not, it's not the move. It's not the thing to potentially buy the dip on, because it just doesn't happen. And that's okay. There's some things you get that reversal quickly. And because I was sitting there, and I have this process that I'm setting up now where I'm calling them like semi-systematic trades, where I look at something and I look at a rare event, something that's weird has occurred, and I just go back, and if I can find enough examples to make me feel confident in punching into the trade, I would. And if I had any inkling at all that this thing was gonna do an about face, it's like, no. But it also, I said, okay, well, what about the short side? Should I buy some puts tomorrow? And I tested that, and it just nothing. It just
really
it tanks and just sideways consolidates.
So this is something you wouldn't touch them with your system?
No. And these are interesting, and there's something that AI makes way easier to do on the fly, which I couldn't do before. And more of my trading is starting to shift around just slowly on the edges. The systems aren't changing dramatically. They're the same setups I've always traded, but like I'm turning weekly systems into daily systems, which I didn't before, because being able to do that work, consistently like that every single day, it becomes like more burdensome. But with AI, it can kind of slow down. And then with stuff like this, I can see an event like this, and before it would be, okay, let me open up and start with a blank page and just start coding my heart out until I got something that I could test. But now within 30 seconds within my back tester, I can have a framework of the code just built out and run those tests myself after that. And it's just become faster and faster and faster.
Are you always iterating your systems? Do you feel like they change every few years?
The core idea doesn't. Just anytime I find that there's like a personal edge that I think I can take advantage of, which again, the main example I can give is I have pullback systems and mean reversion systems that are based off of weekly charts, and I've traded those for years. And I've been kind of resistant of moving them to trading more frequently, because as opposed to right now, once a week, I have to generate a report and generate orders and send all that out and do all that. And it took maybe, let's say 2 hours or something. And I'm like, I don't want to every night have to go through and do that for 2 hours every single night to generate more to do that. But with AI now and scheduled tasks, again, I bought this absurdly expensive computer that's on its way, and it's just going to do that. It's going to wake up at night and it's going to generate all the reports and send all the data. And so I can sit down. So now that process that used to take me 2-3 hours on the weekend now takes me half an hour on the weekend. And then now I can start doing that maybe every morning and get that to where it's like a 3 to 5 minute job for me every morning. And so those are where I'll change my systems, is because not because it's working or it isn't working. That's where most people I think have problems, is as soon as a system isn't working anymore, they jump ship. When I change a system, when I see that there's an edge out there, there generally is an edge to trade more frequently. If you have a good system, you should trade that system as frequently as you can. And when things have changed with like life, well, I should trade my systems more frequently. So that's a big change is coming up in the next month or so, where I'm going to just switch all of my weekly systems and do daily systems. And I think the smoothness of the returns will increase over time because I'm just expressing that edge more. And you just have to go through, but there has to be some sort of systemic change. And the systemic change is just now I can get AI to do a lot of the work. So someone asking, Snowman's asking, it's Adele. You can see, I can bring up the stats for you if you guys want.
I was going to ask that too. What kind of computer is this that you got coming?
It's, let me see here. So first of all, it is a quoted one, which I have no idea what that is, but this is good. It's problem like tariffs and stuff, right? So the problem is I have to make sure things are Canadian approved, but this was the bill here, 6,700 Canadian dollars.
Wow.
And that's with no GPU. There's no GPU inside that thing. That's so another grand for a good GPU on top of that.
Quoted
But
One Ultimate. That's what it's called? Quoted One?
yeah, it's like they'll build it for you.
Who makes this?
That's the name of the company.
That's the name of the company. Okay.
Quoted Tech or something, but it's built Tech.
Will
This
you-
is all
Will you do some kind of video or something on this thing? Like, will you
maybe
that'd be
And
kind of cool.
for you nerds that want to see the
wanna
parts.
see it.
But and
Everybody
yeah,
in chat
Snowman.
wants to see it.
Snowman, this is all in the Discord there. We've been chatting about this. But this is the here. So these are the stats for you nerds. So AMD Ryzen 9950X. There's a reason for all of this, and the AI helped me do it. The main reason for this particular CPU is that everything I do with Realtest and AMD Broker is multi-threaded. So the more threads I can have, the better. And then here's the big one that really gets me is the 128 gigs of RAM. That's the thing that's like most of the bill right there is that 128 gigs of RAM. Well, because of MU and SanDisk and DRAM and all these things. Because right now my current system has 32 gigs of RAM and I physically can't complete this transition from weekly into daily because the more systems you put together, the more the test eats up on RAM. So I need a lot of RAM in order to be able to do this thing. And then the other thing is the 6 terabytes of solid state drive. And that's because I need data for every single tick, for every single stock going back to 1950. So yeah, there's
Sure.
So
I like that 3 years parts, 5 years labor warranty you got on there too.
Yes, thank you. I will need that. I will need that. But yeah, so that's right. And this is so when you back to the question, when it's like, when do you change your strategies? Well, before it was just not feasible for me to run these same systems daily that I did weekly. But now with this system, it will be, in which the idea is that the end of every day, this thing will turn on. Well, it's going to be, so I'm running it headless in another room, and it will crunch all the data, and it will probably take an hour or so to generate these reports. I need to just show you guys the reports. Where is this? It will generate these reports of all of the trades that my systems will make the next day. And that to me is a worthwhile time to maybe update a system. Is you're not doing so because it's in a drawdown, right? I think that's where a lot of people kind of get in trouble. They're just like, oh, I'm losing money, so I should abandon my system and move on to something else. Those people generally just don't have much of a chance because every system will lose money at some point. It's more about, okay, do I think I can make more money with this particular change, and I'm not just chasing the dragon for the sake of chasing the dragon.
Mhm.
And like, so this is the type of report that it's just generating for each one of the symbols every night. And it's like, there's your entry, there's your stop loss here, based off all the tests, the system, it's win rate, average winner loser, profit factor, like all your data is right here, and just a nice text definition of exactly how to trade it. And that's something that I can now do nightly because I'm not really doing it.
Wow.
Right? But doing something like this before, like 3 years ago, would have been just impossible to very, very complicated.
Mhm.
And now it's, because I'm currently in the systems I'm planning on launching there's 9 of them.
Okay.
So like keeping track of all that, is
Is
gonna
the
be-
systems you're doing, is it literally so automatic pilot that it will get itself in and out of the trade, or do you execute trades yourself?
I still execute myself. I don't have to. Like I could just generate the orders, especially with interactive brokers. You can literally upload a spreadsheet
Mhm.
and it will put in the orders for you. I just like to kind of keep an eye on them myself because I just think there's some advantage for me to, especially I do a lot of mean reversion, is like wait for things to chill. So I can just while we're chatting, and this is a good chat to have because there's the market. Just FYI, guys, the market hasn't moved since so we're not missing stuff. But
Except for MU, it's continued to tank. It's at 905. It wasn't
Wow.
905, so it keeps making new lower lows today.
So yeah, I actually just got this alert to take a trade at what 294.78, right? To buy this COHR, whatever this is. I like the look of the chart, right? Prior resistance here and support here, and this is just a mean reversion trade to buy it for a week or so. And if I just had an order out there in place, I would have already been filled because it's right 20 some odd cents below that now. But what I like to do is just look to see, it's not fancy technical analysis, but just give me some amount of the selling stopping for a minute. And that's just when I'll punch in my order. And by doing that, I've just noticed over time, I'm able just to get a little bit more out of individual trades, right? Just a little bit more out of the amount of cash I can make on some of these positions. So nothing wrong with either of those, but I just think for me personally, I kind of might be a control thing, but I like to see them.
Yeah. And Shaw says old Mac Pro has no resale value, but good thing is you can almost replace everything. Yeah, that's true and unfortunate, Shaw, because I have about 3 or 4 old MacBook Pros that I could sell if it was worth anything. But the problem is, yeah, they're just not worth much. And frankly, I just like to buy a new computer every few years at this point instead of replace parts. I just like to get a whole new thing.
It's like the things to not cheap out on for a trader, right? Is right. Make sure your computer is new and warranted. Right? So that 5-year warranty or whatever I have, by the end of 5 years, I'll be replacing that thing.
Sure.
And data is another thing. Right? Your data. I know there's so many people out there who try to cheap out on data. And don't do that, right? Because cold garbage in, garbage out, specifically for us systems building nerds that are out there. But yeah, the things to spend money on are like your services, your things, your tools, right? And the way I look at it is, if I was a carpenter or a plumber or something like that, I would be very focused on my, I would get the best hammer out there. I would get the best, like the power tools I would keep really good care of, because those are your weapons to make money. And every couple of years like this, I'm going to do everything on Mac, right? This is where I stream and run my business and all of that. The PC is literally just a clod / backtesting machine. And same with the Mac. When the warranty runs out, I go to the store and go, okay, it's just swap it. They've got a pretty good trade-in policy on some of that might be something, depending on how old your old computers are. Sometimes they'll take trade-ins on things that are really, really old and give you something for them. If
Yeah.
couple,
Well, I wish they
couple
were
bucks
really,
anyway.
really old, like the Apple II or something, because then it would be a collector's item.
Yeah.
Problem is, you get something from maybe like 15 to 10, about 10 years ago. It's like, all right, it's not a collector's item. It doesn't run very fast anymore. It's kind of in
Yeah.
that middle of no man's land. You got a 1992 Honda Civic. Like nobody.
Yeah.
It's not really worth. It'll still drive.
Yeah.
It'll still move. You can replace the parts, but
Yeah.
it's just not worth a lot.
Yeah, you're not going to see those driving in those like antique car shows
Exactly.
as well, right?
So you've been trading for about 20 years, Michael. Did you start off as a systems trader, or have you traded different styles over the years?
No, I actually started off at a prop desk before like HFTs, before there was computers, really too much in the market at all, right? We were the HFTs. I was taking like 250, 300 trades a day.
Wow.
Just, bid and ask, and we would get paid if you were filled on the bid. You would actually make money, right? So adding liquidity to the market was profitable. And yeah, I spent a couple years doing that, ended up paying for my university. That's why I was in university doing that. Okay. And then, I moved over to hedge funds after that, and we were doing kind of back-end work for different hedge funds. And that was the eye-opening experience, because I saw kind of boom bust cycle of hedge funds, and the ones that survived and how they survived, and the ones that blew up and how they blew up. And I saw that the ones that were around for the longest were the most kind of systematic in nature. They weren't trying to guess on what next big theme or something was going to happen. That was more of a boom bust cycle, because the ones that guessed correctly had amazing returns, and everyone threw money at them. And then maybe next year they didn't have amazing returns because they didn't guess the next theme that happened. And think of Kathy Wood for that is a great example.
See her name all the time, yeah.
And she did great in COVID, trying to predict things that were going to happen there. And now that she's been struggling, because it's like, well, she sold NVIDIA at the bottom. It's like, how can you be that her job is to predict what the future of the world will look like technology wise, and she missed AI entirely. Like, what do you and so she might become hot again if she predicts the next big surge or wave of whatever is going to happen. But yet the firms that made the most money and were around the longest were the ones that were trading systematically in some way. They had turtle trading systems or trend following systems or something like that, and they just sat down and did the most boring thing. They also seemed like the coolest place to work, because they didn't have you didn't have to wear a 3-piece suit all day, and right, they were just more walking around in sandals. So that's what got me more into thinking about. And then so systematic trading has been like a journey, I guess, as opposed to you start off, and I think it has to be, or you have to start off being able to trade, I think, before you can systematically trade. Otherwise you become just one of those mathematicians that are just throwing numbers at a wall and something that sticks, as opposed to seeing an edge that exists in the market and then trying to exploit that edge. You're just someone out there who's like, oh, when I back tested this, the numbers said it was good. It's like, well, you're missing a lot there.
Yeah. Now, how many years did it take you to kind of get that revelation as far as, hey, I need to probably go down the journey of systems trading? Was that several years, or was that pretty quick that you started seeing that?
Yeah, pretty well. Even in the because there's like systematic trading is like a spectrum, but even in the prop firm days, like very early trading, I saw people out there who had scanners, and that was, I spent a couple years working with trade ideas, and that was part of it, is because the guy next to me had a trade idea scanner, and he had like 3 setups that he would trade. It was just like call it like the horseshoe trade. He would look for something to gap up and run a bit higher, and then come back down through the open. He would short it there, and vice versa to the long side. And he did great, and it was interesting watching him versus everyone else, because he just sat down. Everyone else is there, hours early and studying and watching CNBC and reading earnings report. And he would open up his little software, and it would say, oh, these are the setups that he'd been working on for so long. And he would just trade those setups. And a couple times he was the top earner in the firm. and never heard a word from him. Was never mad about anything. He wasn't, throwing stuff. He wasn't jumping up and down. He just came in, he had his little, and then, so even though he didn't have a back test, it wasn't being auto traded, there wasn't any of that stuff. He had just noticed this phenomenon in the market. He'd built a little system for him to alert him when it happened, and he would just place the trade. And that was very quickly what I noticed. The people who kind of came in every day chasing the hot stock of the day, and they had no system in which to trade it. They were just, hey, it's going up, let's kind of go get it. Those people quickly came and went versus the other guy who kind of had the system and ended up trading it. It's you can it's good just to watch people, I think, is a good way to do it, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we talk about the Market Wizards books, and that's another way of sort of watching people, getting sort of that inside information as far as what is their system, how do they trade, what is their mentality coming to the markets. I find that information invaluable, especially as a new trader myself.
So where are you at on that anyway? Where are you at on the...
I am on Marston. What is his last?
Marston Parker. So
Marston Parker. Yep.
I've had him on my podcast, and he's actually the one who built my backtester.
Okay.
So yeah, because when he was interviewed in that book, he taught. I think they are. I don't know if you've started it already, but they talk about how he built his own backtesting engine because he wanted something that could do. So enough people after the book came out said, "Can you share that with me?" That he's made it public for sale for like dirt cheap.
Nice.
I think it's like $200 a year.
Wow.
It is. I tell them all the time that's ridiculous. You got to pay for your own data and all that kind of stuff. But the system to actually run the back test, because you'll hear in that chapter, and this is his whole premise, and listening to that chapter was one of those. There's just trading's like a series of aha moments, and that was another one where he talks a lot about multiple systems, and he built his back tester from the ground up because he believed that trading multiple systems is the only way to find consistency in the market. And I think he's right. So that's why I end up using that. So he built this software just solely for himself, and he did so well trading with it that he said, okay, here, I'll sell it to everyone else. And that's what I use. I have AmuBroker as well, which is another one for intraday stuff. But primarily I use Realtest, which is software. It's really super humble dude. Like, if you just heard him talk, you think he was like the worst trader in the world. Because he's like
self-deprecating.
Oh yeah, and he only talks about his failures and times he had to take breaks from trading because things weren't working and all this stuff. And he doesn't. I don't know. There's no brag in him at all. Which
I caught that he was a humble guy from his chapter. Some of the guys that Jack interviews, you can just tell that there hasn't been anyone that's like, that's the thing. The markets, as we all know, at different points in our trading careers and their careers too, longevity, it humbles you. So there's few people that I would point out and be like, oh, that guy, he thought he was everything. Like, at a certain point, people lose. Even the guys that win a lot are also losing too at times. So I think
it's why he wants such a long track record, right? Like, I do these, and a new video came out today on another guy from the new Market Wizards thing. And I do these series, and the right off the bat, people, of course, because they always do, just people are talking shit, and they don't believe him until you go, okay, well, he actually calls the IRS. He gets you to write a letter to saying that he can talk to the IRS. So he's calling the IRS to say, are these tax returns legitimate? So unless you're paying millions of dollars of tax for no reason to get in the book, but he also needs a long track record, because you're right where, it's very easy for someone to come, especially after a rampant bull market, and say, oh, I'm an amazing trader. Look at my last even 2-3 years, right, of results. And it's like, well, did the market go straight up for 2 or 3 years at that time? Well, if so, congratulations. But with a lot of these guys, he's talking 10-20 year track records before he's even interested in talking to you. And the one I just did, the guy's made 100% a year for like 10 years and trading futures. thankfully was the first one that wasn't like YOLOing penny stocks. But yeah, and it's like you have to get that's how you. It's easy to make money. It's hard to keep money. I think that's the way to summarize my rant is that, in 2020, 2021, tons of people got really rich on paper. GameStop and AMC and monkey pictures and all kinds of crazy stuff. And some people kind of bailed out of the top and rode off into the sunset, and good for them. But there's a handful that didn't. And those people probably either lost it all or lost it all and some, or thought they had figured out some sort of game and they didn't. And yeah, that's the real rough thing. It's just trying to keep it when things turn bad. So I hope we got another couple of years anyway of this market. I'll take it. And then if things go bad after that, I'll probably be done by then.
No, I don't want it to go that bad. I enjoy this. But like Shaw says in the chat, trading is harder than most of the jobs, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that's pretty universal. I think, of course, this is extremely hard. It's extremely difficult. And you're thinking in probabilities. There's no certainties in the market. It's just probability factors. And sometimes it'll go against you, even if the probabilities are there, where you're like, okay, yeah, it's going to do this. And it's some chart analysis doesn't always work.
Well, and speaking of books, I don't know if you read this one yet, but it's Thinking in Bets by
I need to read this one.
Annie Duke.
Yeah.
Very good. And it's poker related, but I think she equates it back to business too, where I think she does now some business consulting, right? Which makes sense. If you were a world champion poker player, you probably have a lot to contribute in that. It doesn't talk too much of just trading in general. But yeah, that's the whole concept of the book, is that there is nobody out there who, especially as like a poker player, gets really excited when they win or really mad when they lose, because they're not thinking about that one game. They're thinking about, did they make the right decisions, that if they play that game 10,000 times, that they end up making more money than they lose. So it's not about thinking about, what made or lost. It's just, did I do the right thing? And if so, great. Let's go do it again.
Yeah. And similarly, Mark Douglas in Trading in the Zone talks about essentially removing the emotion from the market, looking at the market for what it's doing and trying to essentially catch its tailwind, not saying, here's what I want it to do, or the market is out to get me. Like kind of getting out of the psychological traps that we put ourselves in as traders. Like, oh, it stopped me out. It did this to me. We subjectively start looking at it. It's like, no, it didn't do anything to you. Like the market is neutral.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing I think that triggers me a bit about the some of the conspiratorial nature of, they're out to get me. Right? Mm-hmm. The hedge funds, the market makers, the lizard men. It's like, because when you start thinking like that, you're kind of screwed, right? So you just have to go, the market just does what the market does. If you got stopped out, your stop was too tight, right? If you, it's the way it works. And as soon as you understand that, it's kind of sad to say, but in the market, no one cares about you. No one knows you exist. Yeah. Like us, even if you have a Decamillion account, right? It's a 10 million plus. Mm-hmm. You're the smallest fish that has ever existed in the market. Yeah. You are absolutely nothing and nothing to no one. So you just have to have that mentality of, okay, it's like another good, I guess we could have like me and Jess could just sit and chat about books, but this is, you ever heard Jacko Willink? I
don't think I have.
He's, it's called Extreme Ownership. And he was the guy who went into Iraq after the Iraq War and would like train their population, and he was basically leading the Marines that would like storm into people's houses and grab terrorists out and whatever. And it's just all about these moments of, he called extreme ownership, where something goes bad, you just have to own every piece of it and kind of applying that through business. He's doing business consulting. I guess everyone ends as a consultant at some point, but
Yeah, that's
and it was
pretty
that kind of
typical.
same thing with the market, right? If something went good, you got to own it. If something went bad, you got to own it too. And if you pass that off, that doesn't work so well. But we hit 12, and that I'm glad I had someone to chat with, because holy smokes, yeah,
Wow.
you know, your semis aren't, you know, having a little bit of a down move, but yeah, the SPY as a whole, it's double topped at that prior
Mhm.
resistance and just nothing,
Yeah.
right? Nothing.
Yeah.
So
So with your systems, so if you're in a trade with XYZ stock, it will essentially say, look for this high, and if it gets out, if it hits a certain low point, it just automatically gets you out, or is it just recommendations to where you're like, here's your potential high, here's the low, and then I know you said you execute the trades primarily yourself, but do you
yeah.
also do you scale out with this, or is there just a certain point where you're like, oh nope, that's it, I'm out?
No, for my fully discretionary ones, there's hard stops. There is time stops as well. Hold it for X period of time and get out, that type of thing. The For the semi-discretionary ones, those are where I'll be a little bit more liberal, because for those I'm mainly just looking at what is the probability the thing is up or down in a period of time, and that's when I'll use a little bit more just, you know, normal technical analysis to kind of time the trades. But anything that's fully systematic means just that I don't, other than deciding, okay, now is the time I want to buy this thing by like a
Mhm.
couple ticks, I don't do anything. The stops in there, and then the time stop to sell it at a certain times in there. As soon as
Okay.
the trade is placed, I don't look at
It's
it. I don't
very
think
hands
about it.
off. It's very hands off approach. Like once
Yeah.
you're in, and that's it.
Well,
Wow.
you don't get smarter when money's on the line, right?
Right.
That's the thing that I take a look, right? So what show is next? So I think I read in our thing that we have Steve back on at 3. Oh, lunch recap. So we're
Lunch
having a
weekend.
lunch recap going on
Nice.
here. So what time's that? Just 12? Ayush? Yeah, so it's 12. So we take an hour, stretch your legs, go touch some 11 to 12. Sorry, 12 to 1. We had some time zones confused. So yeah, 12 to 1. So come on back. I'm going to go stretch my legs as well. Everyone go and maybe touch some grass and have a good time. And again, thanks for coming by and filling in. Appreciate it.
Yep.
I'll see you again tomorrow
See you tomorrow.
for the J&J show. Peace, guys.
Absolutely. See you
Have a good
guys.
one.
What is up, traders? Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. Another day in paradise as we are exactly break even from yesterday. Dead flat on the market. We had a little up, we had a little down. So far, nothing doing, just hanging out, watching this price action, hoping we can get a read into the end of the week. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? We got Mike in the house. What's up, dog? Not much. What's up with you? How we doing? I'm 0 for 1 on the day. Kind of wishy-washy price action. Didn't carve out. Was hoping to get a little wash pump. It did not happen. So you know what? What can you do? Just waiting and watching. I think it's more of a buy the dip for end of the week into next week type beat today. That's kind of what I'm looking for here. Talk mentioning the nice rebound on the Qs. Big divergence from the Qs and SPY in the morning. Trying to carve out a bottom after reaching its bearish targets. Our big pivot was 715, but we're about due to check back in with the gamma exposure of the different indices on the day. And we can take a look there. So what are you guys trading today? Anything fun in the small cap space? Let's check out top movers real quick too. Some old favorites I see. NVVE up 65% today. Shout out to NVVE. We can keep an eye on this one. Nice flag going on here. Like the price action. Maybe we get one more pullback off VWAP to form a little head and shoulders. That'd be clean. Some like... What do you think? Maybe it just goes. But maybe we get one more pullback there. Something like that. Very strong chart here. Let's look for some higher time frame levels as it starts to potentially push already here. Watch its price reaction into and through VWAP. I would say the most aggressive buy would be watching a pop on VWAP in a back test. I would not want to just blind buy under the VWAP in case it does that and wicks down hard and rejects. Maybe we get the right shoulder here. We'll keep an eye there, especially price interaction as it comes back into 2450, 25-ish area there. And this is all tentative. Let's look at the higher time frame levels. That's what's going to matter more, of course. But nice action. You can see where we were charting it before. A couple days ago, charting this level, it looks like. We got the pop, back test, push through this one, back test, and just carving on up and out here. Nice stair-step and price action. Massive volume coming in after the split here. Wow. Yeah, so we call this like a power play when it's over 10 times the average volume. Just absolutely massive volume there. And we're seeing some follow-up as price continues to go higher. So very impressive. What's it reaching for, though? So what I'm trying to do is find a notable level on the weekly, and I think we did. I think it's this weekly 21. That's definitely a decent level. Yo, who's there?
Remember when I turned 21, I went out to the Electric Cowboy. Or was Electric Cowgirl? No, Cowboy? Yeah, Electric Cowboy. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one we go to, right? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
You could say anything and I'd believe you, Josh. What's going on, man?
It's going good, buddy. I've only really one, though. It's been slow in the small cap sector. Couple of crazy up and downer plays, but anywho, been a little bit relatively slow for me and only one trade, but at least it's 1 for 1, which is nice to have that. Just a nice slow day. And nothing like the 21st birthday out at Electric Cowboy, and we was dancing and prancing. That's when vodka Red Bulls were just really hitting the prime. That's when you were getting those like chilled Jägermeister machines for Jaeger bombs. That was like also around that time. I'm not a Jaeger guy, so I stayed clear and far away from that. I'm not a big licorice fan. I can't stand the way that tastes. But that definitely had a huge, even like now vodka Red Bull, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good on that. Let me get something other than Red Bull in my vodka. I don't want to have a headache later on at some point.
Absolutely with you there. I'm getting old. I'm done with the sugary drinks. I'm watching NVVE here. Sorry, I almost had to jump in there because I thought we were going to get a crack. It looks like we are holding this point of control at the 24.50.25. Is this your trade of the day, or were you on something else?
No, I stayed sober. I stayed clear and far away from these big movers today because they really didn't have too good of a rhyme or reason in their movement. So I went to sober and I took pre-market high bounce right off 190. Came down right to it.
right off of it. I was in that trade for a long time until finally stopping out very small shares after I'd scaled out quite a bit on the move to 220 and 230, which we finally did get to on that nice pop right there. And then right after that, it came down and then pretty much stopped me out right after that. But at least I held through and got some in which it was a live trade that I took with a lot of people on my live stream. So a lot of people took this with me, and this was one where I want to sit back, wait, find the predicted move, found it, waited for it, took it. And that ended up being just beautiful because traders, then I came back on. I was on a one-on-one, came back right at that spike. I just got in my one-on-one, and I saw people in my chat going like essentially woohoo. And I'm like, yay! I was hoping you guys had actually held the whole time with me too, because I was in the one-on-one, so I didn't, people could just get antsy-prancy because I'm not there to lead them through it. So we're good, and so and a lot of them did, and yeah, I got a little piece of the pie there. It wasn't huge, but it's still. Sold most of my shares at about 30 cents out, and then I got about 40, almost 45 cents on the overall top. So, was it a big barn burner? No, but it was a good lesson on let's just find the slow and steady eddy and wait for the predictive move and trade it.
Hey man, you say not a big deal, but I mean that's still 15%. 30 cents on a small figure like that, and the whole thing is you're not just taking a stab at it. That's what I like because it can get wild and crazy. These things can really extend, but once you have a set range and you find that defined level of risk, that bounce area, you get in, it starts to work, and you define your risk under there. Well, it's really easy to extract a pretty good move here. I mean, 15%. That's something. That's something there. That's more than a day's work. So nice job there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, exactly. When people for the longest time, although, if you like me, I'm like the slow and steady eddy traders say, hey, I preach that anyway. Yes, I love my barn burners. I'm like, hey, people are we've always said throughout the years are lucky to get back on their normal Roth, this, that, or the other 10, maybe 15, maybe 20%. If you get 30% at the end of the year, you're rocking it. You can get boom, there's 15% in one trade, right? So imagine racking up, say 7 of these in a week. Okay, had a couple, say 7% losses. You keep that 2-to-1 ratio. So overall in the week, you're up 50, 60%. That's crazy sauce for most, investments or, if you think about it. So that's why I just tell traders, just rack up 5%, 8%, 20%, 30%, 4%, 15%, keep your losses at a minimum, 3%, 5%, 7% loss. Your account snowballs.
Absolutely. Checking out a name in the crowd here. Powell. Is this the one you're familiar with, Josh?
Powell. Jerome Powell, yes. JP, not the ticker Powell. Nope. Does have a nice W. I'm in the 5-minute time frame on my side. Nice little W shape, kind of to tighten up some of this lower volume profile that we do have for the day. It's a little lower volume that I usually deal with, like a little more volume. Moving up through the neckline, through high of day area here. So we got 242.25, and then over that 244 afterward, I would say would be your next area you roll through. But completing the W. Pow! Well, I mean, it's a nice little chart there for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the W. Love that the neckline's right aligned with VWAP, as well as the 50% of the range. So you just get the triple confluence there to trust it, And you can see the market did, because those are some gaps on those candles. Probably a pretty thinly traded name. Not familiar with this one, so I'll have to take a peek, see what they do. But I'm liking what I'm seeing on the low time frames. Got to start there, because when you call it out, I figure it's a fast mover, right? But now that we're zooming out just a little, this is really nice support. So what we're seeing here is the nice high volume shelf. I wouldn't be surprised if we scroll back. It's a level of interest. Oh, no, it's just very strong in general. So, but in general, what you want to look for are these pullbacks, nice and orderly pullbacks on these big trending names. And you want to see rising support get tagged, and then basically respect. So you saw a really nice respect of the same level here. This is the weekly trigger in my system. Basically what I look for is a little bit of an undercut of the areas that I think everybody else is watching. So usually that 21 day, so that yellow, or 21 week. So most people are getting stopped out there. This is my level of interest. Undercuts, reclaims, off to the races, back, holding, nice trend. I'd love to see the same thing happen here, because it looks incredibly good on that weekly to me. We're also seeing my oscillator crossover on the daily, getting the histogram start to look like it's perking up too. And now we're trying to reclaim the 9-day. So definitely setting up here. I like this one. Josh, what should I be looking at now though? Because I feel like it's very slow. I was looking at my watch list before this, kind of underwhelmed with the price action on the day. I know chips are weak, but I feel like that move's been made. Is small caps a little bit sleepy today too? Maybe is it just a sleepy day?
It is a sleepy day, my man. It's been sleepy on my side. 100% looking at them small caps, but I haven't really looked over to the large cap sector. Apple's having a good day. There she is. She did the thing. She did the thing. There it is. Called this out on my weekly preview on 3 stocks. Remember I said Apple. Said Apple 225 normal high of the week. We could see 230 plus for ultimate highs. It does seem like that's going to be the case. One I'm upset with that's on the opposite side of that's AMD. AMD woozy wowza weezos. That's hit that took a nasty one today. Big move back on down. I was hoping she'd see a move to all-time highs possibly this week. Not happening there. And the other one I really want to look at too as well, we can. AEHR. We talked about that yesterday in earnings. What a beautiful move it made. I talked about it getting to 100 today, maybe even. Yeah, look at that move. I mean, a move that usually you're not seeing from Ayer. We're going from Ayer 95 to a 110 at the opening bell. Now all the way back in the 80s. That's some movement from Ayer today.
Absolutely, and I this is precision technicals, guys, and you gotta wonder when you have such a big move on such a bullish earnings and you transact so far up. I mean, this was a 30% move, I believe. Let's see. Whoa, 52 at its peak here. If you had just bought shares there, and look at this transaction of the gap. It came up, it filled this low volume area where it had formed a gap. It healed the gap and it just sold off, what, 20% from there at least? Yeah, 20% exactly. So a little bit spooky. You got to wonder, man, is this the start, or I'm sorry, the end of a trend? And was this kind of like a death gasp here? Because if you can't hold a big move on great earnings and the rest of the sector starting to crack a little, it gets a little bit spooky because, hey, we didn't even get this pop of the right shoulder. If this is curling, we have a lot of room down. Another area to look. I just wanted to go back to your AMD because I was watching this one closely too. It was on my focus list, and it's pretty worrying here what we're seeing, because if this was not an ascending triangle, if this was not something like this, if in turn it actually ends up being something like this curly Q, this rounded scallop kind of top action, this could very well be distribution, and we could be seeing a crack about to happen. A little comparison, Josh. I think this one looked pretty similar, and then it just kind of broke. It was holding very strong, going sideways, grinding up, and then it just failed. So I'm wondering if the chips maybe need to take a bigger cool off here and come on down back to 500.
Just before I got onto this live stream, on my live stream, someone was asking about MU where to dip in. I'm like, man, this looks like it may crack its neckline at that 875 area, and it's on down to 810. And if 810 doesn't hold, I mean, this could really have a good sell-off.
Yeah, and I just want to note this because this was my bullish path that I was hoping would play out if we broke this downtrend line, because we got the higher low off of the rising 50. I was saying this is where, if the trend is really, really strong and we're going to keep rallying, this is where I'd like to see it really respond. So the caveat is with these higher time frame moving averages, they can chop out a little bit more. It's not necessarily just tap and go. Sometimes it happens, but not always, right? Often it can take a couple days, and it becomes messy, and you second guess yourself in that chop. And this goes to show I'm second guessing myself. I was kind of thinking we were leaning a little bit bullish, and it could potentially carve this out. The bearish path, though, for me, it would have had a little bit more of a move up for this head and shoulders. But I suppose this is still enough of a move up. That little 10% pop that we got, 5, 6, 7% pop, something like that, this now seems to want to burn all the way off. Thing is, if there weren't buyers here, well, then we have plenty of room down south. It was just a matter of if momentum can hold, this is where you'd like to see it. So it's a little bit spooky out there, I gotta say. And one of the reasons why I'm glad that most of my risk on positions are in IGV. So this name, I mean, this is the software as a service ETF, and it's not as explosively, how would I put it? For me, this is very healthy still, I'd rather be long this chart than this. And if money's looking to rotate somewhere, I mean, you got to put your money somewhere, right? And I feel like these can almost be lifeboats as we get some mean reversion on that kind of trade. What are you thinking on some of these leading software names like maybe Microsoft or ServiceNow? Any of these on your radar at all? Palantir, perhaps? That one's fun.
Yep.
I think a little bit of
every day
Palantir.
I do. Yeah, well, every day I do morning alerts for both of these. Sometimes I skip Microsoft and PLTR if I feel like it's range bound, choppy. If it's not going to be a good
Yeah.
day trade day, I'll just leave it alone until traders just kind of skip it. Yeah, I still feel Microsoft is on a path of recovery. Obviously, where I know for you long term traders, you're wanting this move back through 400. Can you hold 400? I don't know that now is the time. We are still got that that bottom base area where we kind of keep finding that 350s area or so ish or whatever it is, and can't get through that. So I think if we have one more test of it, I don't think that's good. Knocking on. That would be not on heaven's door. It'd be knocking on the other door. 4 knocks, we would be looking pretty sketch at that point. Maybe we finally do get through that 350 area. So we need to push now. Now's the time. With, like you said, that huge, you can see it, that huge volume node right there. Just that thing is go up. Yeah, the one above it.
The big boy. The big boy. Yeah.
Boy. Got to get through that and hold that. And it's just been a struggle here over the past few months. After we've cracked through it, we've just not been able to hold that. So if we can get back through that, I think that's going to be the key for Microsoft. Again, we may go down further. This could be, in my opinion, one of those ones that we see lower in the 300s before we see. And that was kind of my shtick on Tesla that we'll see if I'm right on that we'd see lower in 300s before we'd see 500. We did get lower in 300s on Tesla, but not as low as I thought we'd get. Yeah, and you kind of see that even forming right there, a little of a possible big old and head and shoulders, but then this right side starting to come a little wonky-ish a little bit, and still could complete that move back on down. Right now, I'm sideways to bearish on Microsoft if I had to choose one of the two. I don't think we get the move up, in my opinion. Not now.
It's tough. It's tough.
PLTR too. I think we're still kind of choppy on that one. Palantir.
It's definitely possible, and I definitely don't want to say sure thing, but I'm liking what I'm seeing on Microsoft, but with the caveat that it might wash me out a little for a while, and this is a longer term trade. But what I'm seeing is essentially we got the weekly close over the 200 2 weeks ago, and it was looking so good. We needed to have a little inside week, and you know what? It was tough when it was down back at 378 or so after this nice close, and we just had to have a little faith. It did close back near enough that it kept me in and made me look for more longs, but I needed the next close over the 200 on the weekly. So again, this week it started to scare us out, shook us all the way back down to the 380 handle. But for me here as well, this is where gamma exposure charts were really helpful, and it just showed a big ol' support rising from the 375 up to the 380 this week. That was where I really needed to see the hold, and then the 380 to the 385 in the past day or so made me feel like, okay, maybe this floor is rising a little bit and we can start to basically do the thing, which in this case would be a close over this 200 week, sets the fuse. This week's actually so nice that we were actually testing the 9 week as well. So at this point, we can even go to the daily and see we've reclaimed our daily moving averages as well. Plenty of room to the upside on our oscillators. I think this thing wants to basically take this big bearish pattern that, Josh is absolutely correct in identifying, and basically smash it, because the thing about head and shoulders is they only play out about 55 to 60% of the time. And I'd say those odds are even worse when it's on a mega cap that's been beaten down for this long. There's just a lot of people who are like, well, yeah, it's a bad pattern. I see your astrology there, but it's Microsoft and it's cheap, So at some point there's going to be buyers, and I hope that we're seeing that turn. You can also see off the 50-month moving average starting to look okay. But it's going to be they're not going to make it easy for us, and they really haven't so far with this fake breakout that we had to hold through, and then all the way back down to a new low. So structure is rough. I won't lie to you there, but I do believe that it might be time for some of these.
Give it to me, baby. We want it. I'm down for it. But yeah, just some of these charts, they're just got a little wonk, and they just can't, to me, in my opinion, can't find their footing. And give them some time. They'll be back. They'll be back. A little ugly now, but we'll get back to it.
Check this one out, though.
Yep,
this is a Keto Trades play. Shout out to Keto in the comments. How you doing, man?
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, that one. I've been calling it Elvira. Had news with Amazon this morning. Had a good spike on it. Watched it in pre-market and of course onward. It's just been a little slow in market, a little slow and steady matriculator. The float's a little bigger on it, right around 40 mil, I think, or if so. Yeah, it does have a nice tight wedge that's forming here. We have a nice good trend line, a nice uptrend to it, and getting tighter and tighter and tighter, as I call it, into the little vortex there, getting closer to the tip of it. Reminds me of looking at like a tornado almost in a way, getting really tight there toward the bottom base. But yeah, it's nice, slow and steady. Could squeeze again, squeeze credit. Yeah, you see this in pre-market. Has a really big move, and then since then you're going, okay, well, let's move. I just see that a lot of the time with these larger float plays. It's not too large, but I call this more of a marge in between a medium and a large float. And it just, you'll see this where there's not a ton of volume in market, so then you don't get a ton of movement. But still, yeah, I think Taquito's on it. There still could be here into power hour over the next hour or two. We could see Elva, and trying to say that name, Electrovaya or something like that when you say the whole name. But anywho, Electrovaya. Yeah, right.
I have no idea.
High potential there. In the small cap sector, as far as to move, that would maybe be about your only name that I'm really still looking at is Elva. Everything else has just died off for the day or lost its volume and luster. So that's definitely your one, and it has a good structure to it too.
Yeah, you see that. It's nice. I like this. What'll really matter is, I think, whether or not we can kind of get the close, get the push over that 1274. If so, I see a bottle rocket here, and I want to keep looking out on the weekly, because on this daily, it's just crossing over. Looks like it's got the shorts in a bad situation here, and it can really take control of that, take advantage of that if they can squeeze them out the top here, because this is high volume and the move's really nice so far. But with this kind of volume, you want to see a big move. So a move through here, we can get substantial upside, I would say.
Yep, and again, news too. This one, not that I'm not always big on news, but usually the ones that seem like news works the best are A, when they're tied to companies like Amazon, and then B, when they're bigger floats. You know, the smaller floats, you just never really know. They could go any way, but definitely has a little news to it, so that helps out with this play as well with Elva. So yeah, that on the daily, if you look at that, it's got some room to pop.
Even on the monthly here, it's just very impressive. You see this volume just accumulating for a full year or so plus, and then absolutely smashing even that accumulation volume today. So if it's now or never for them, and you got the catalyst. So I say don't bet against this one. Really impressive chart, and I'd love to keep watching this one. Hopefully we get the push up. I wonder if they wash this kind of rising wedge out really quickly. Maybe back to 1150 at the shallowest, and I'd like to see 1110 hold at the worst. Maybe they need to do a Josh Smith bounce play all the way back down to 10 or so, but I'd like to see just kind of like a little false start, and then we can get going.
Love it. Yeah, I'd say, like, yeah, we're talking about that for the day. It's a little lacklustery. I mean, we definitely have had our moves in the large cap sector there. Like I said, Apple, beautiful move for the day. I do like going back over to Apple. This is what I talk about a sandwich, and when Tax always in chat. Apple had a beautiful bounce today at the 225.40 mark. So essentially, former high of day that we couldn't get through came back down, and we slapped it real hard at 325.40, and then we went right up to new high of day. That's kind of what I'm looking for, though. That's beautiful. That's beautiful charting right there.
Okay, right on. Sorry, I think I was on the wrong time frame. Let me see if I can see what you're saying. What was the exact level? 320 what now?
Oh, you'll see. Yeah, it can be any time frame. It's 325.40 is where we bounced at. That's old resistance becoming new support. That is just absolutely perfect right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is. Beautiful. Okay. I was looking down in the 200s like, wait, are you talking about a monthly chart? Okay. I see. So absolutely. You get the flag, and it just says, hey, here's a W2. You know, basically just saying coming down, forming a range, testing the range, pushing out of the range. Retesting the range. Yep. We still don't want to go there. Still go higher. So now we are basically doing the same thing. Form the top of the range, forming probably a higher low in this bottom of the range, and trying to catch here and continue its grind. Very, very nice charting, or a nice action. Just stair-stepping, as we say. And this is what you like to see, where it's a false start, but they're just waiting. They're just waiting for a good, safe entry here. You know, pull it up, pull it back. Here's the harder support into the previous high and the high volume. And then it's much lower risk, and you can see all of that new volume push in, pile in, and get the move up. So, Josh, I think Apple's amazing. What do you think about some of the other mega caps? We talked Microsoft, Netflix. I keep talking about this one because the earnings are coming up, and I want everybody to be ready to go. And I think it's just teasing me into the earnings. I know that that's really going to give us the color that we need to make a decision. But what is this? What is this like weekly chart? I just want vibes. Just what vibes are you getting from this kind of thing? Do you think my error is crazy here? Do you think you see more downside? I know I've asked you this maybe a week ago, but maybe you've had a different opinion since here. I'm going to keep bugging you till earnings.
I think that this goes down into the 50s.
Still into the 50s. Okay, I was hoping we could change your mind. I do respect it. Let's touch back in. I'll bug you next time. I'll wait until
I'll bug you next time. See if you change your mind. And now on the Yes We're Going Up show, Netflix. I love that area because that's that kind of that sandwich area. Older Resistance has become a new supporter, trying to off that handle. If we don't hold that, and that's the key for me. Sorry for the yawn here. I'm actually yawning today, huh?
No, I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah, right. Well, it's crazy. And then I get the midday yawns. I get those little midday, like, I could take a quick little cat nap. But by the time it's 4 o'clock, I'm working out, and then it's like 5, 6 o'clock. I have like all the energy in the world again, and I love it. Yeah, I have like those little midday, sometimes slowdowns, Steve. It's right before lunch. I haven't had anything, right? I haven't had any food. It's all water for me. It's the days, probably talk heavy days like today where I've just been, I'm like, I kind of get to the yawning, kind of slow down. Haven't traded a lot. Haven't had a lot of the exuberant trades. Yeah, he's in here loving that. She's like, "Where's my dog at?" Wife popping in, but that's huge. That's like the line in the sand. And if we crack that, we're definitely hitting the 50s. And I just think we do. That chart just looks like it wants to. It's head and shouldery. It's a wonky head and shoulders right there, but it's a little head and shouldery. I think we come down more. I think. I got the vibes. You want the vibes? We're coming down into that big purple area that you have created, right at around 50-ish or so, low 50s to 50.
No, that's my wall. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this. I was like, you can't see very much. It's still all right. We're gonna fix this.
You gotta angle it down. You gotta angle it. Can you angle it down at you? Steve needs that angle down look.
That's where it should have been. It keeps resetting on me, Josh. It's playing games. All right. I was like, all of a sudden, I looked. I could just see my hat over my name. I was like, that's no good. All right. Sorry. What are we looking at?
Steve's shrinking.
Apparently,
what's up, Adrian? How we doing, Adrian Shaw? How we doing, Adrian and Shaw? Giving some shout outs to Keto. How we doing? Keto, Cheeto, Doritos. But yes, Netflix. It just reeks. It just looks like it goes down for more. I know we're on opposite ends, and you want that kind of move back up. I think we go down before up, and so and tomorrow's gonna be key. I mean, I think we'll see the move tomorrow, like you were saying, to where. Okay, maybe we are going up, or okay, yeah, we are. We're going down. This is cracking now in through that yellow node area, and we crack through that yellow area and just keep waving at it and go ahead and just jump in short to like 55, 50 area.
Yeah, it's fair. It is in my heart to always see a bottom where there maybe isn't a bottom. I always want to believe that bulls are gonna turn it around. It's not as clear cut as some other setups. I will give you that. So if there's any, I'm inclined to agree with you there. It's that one. But one that I will not back down on is Meta. I just wanted to go through the last of the couple mega caps and talk about this one.
Yeah, I think Monday we did, or yesterday we talked about. I remember we did because I was one on my watch list. I liked a lot was Meta. It was finally doing its thing, and I think it's going to do its thing and get its butt back up over 700.
I think you're right. I wonder if this is a little false break. It looks strong. I'm mostly wishful thinking because I do not have a position. I was waiting for either this 9-day or this 200-day. So I was trying to be disciplined this week and just pick my spot. Looks like I might not get it, and I should have used my magical line here, which tagged, held, and pushed off of it beautifully. We'll see, but this is one of my favorite longer-term charts for the mega caps. Just looks like a really, really solid company. What am I saying? Have you guys heard of this small little new company called Meta? No, it looks like a great chart, and the fundamentals seem to be improving pretty rapidly for the small company known as Meta. This is my favorite mega cap.
Never heard of them.
Well, let's see. We're missing one too.
Weren't they FB Facebook before they went to Meta, right?
Yeah, I never used to really trade them until they were Meta, to be completely honest.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't either, but I think they were, right? I think they were FB anyway.
I think it was FB. It was definitely a different ticker. And I remember when they pivoted and everybody was like, it's going to zero. They're going bankrupt. This is such a pivot. You don't do this if things are going well. You do this if things are going very poorly. Well, be that as it may, they definitely turned the corner narrative-wise, fundamentally. And it seems like they're one of the better charts overall. One that I was a little skeptical on a few days ago, but it's actually, a few weeks ago, but it's carving it out here is Google. What do you think about Google? Is this still at the top of the pack? Because for me, I'm just like, I think about the Google software, especially compared to like other AI offerings, and I'm so underwhelmed. So I'm a little surprised to see them this strong. But do you think is that just me being in my head, my own personal bias there? Because I just hate their offerings for AI, to be honest.
I think, well, when it comes to Google and little Alphabet, whatever you want to call it, let's call it Google, so we all know. Hey, just Google it.
Yeah. Right.
They're being smart and working in with the AI, and I think this is. Yeah, I honestly like Google. Honestly, long term, I think this play will be this time next year. We'll be sitting in the 500s and go, wow, this thing just keeps rolling. So yeah, I like it. I'm a fan of it. I think they're structuring their company in the right way, kind of like Meta has. I like them. I like it long term. Once we have this huge neckline right around 370 and around 372, a lot of failing over the last few months. It seems like a few months got it in the 4 hour. Last few weeks since the start of June, we just can't get over that 370 area. So if we reclaim that, we're a shoe shot to 380. Then I think we see our way back up into the 400s. But I do like some Google in the next few months and just foreseeable future. I do like it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it just depends on you.
I like it more Microsoft, maybe.
That's my baby, Josh. I've been sitting there staring at that in my port for so long. I just got to root for it. Someday it's going to have its day in the sun.
Microsoft. I'll root with you.
I mean, I'm all out of Google. I sold out of my Google to move it into a combination of Microsoft, which has been a little bit of a bad decision, but it was off of the 350, so I haven't really missed anything. I missed a tiny bit. I didn't sell into the 400, which would have been nice, but this was the first thing I bought from the tariff crash in April 25. So I was in at 160, and I wanted to move that into more. I think it was Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia. Yeah, that's what it was. So I diversified a little bit because I thought Google seemed a little bit long in the tooth there, a little bit over. I don't know. It seemed like a little bit less appealing than most of the others.
Dealing with the Europeans.
That's what I was like. What did I say? What did I do? I forgot. You don't like that one. So yeah, I don't know.
It's funny, long in the tooth. I just think it's funny. I'm like, is that like a term to like make fun of people that have really long front teeth? I don't know. I'm just like, you're really long in the tooth there. It's probably maybe knows like you're a liar. I have no idea what's up, Tax Snowman? How we doing? We do have Power Hour coming, but it's a Power Hour that includes after hours because we do cover earnings today. Decent week of earnings this week. It gets even more fun tomorrow. Today we'll have you covered, though. Of course, reiterate anything that we have that we had earlier in the day. We had Morgan Stanley, Johnson & Johnson, and that stuff you want to go over later in the day, Steve. We can go back over that. And of course, we have United Airlines UAL later today. That'll be one of the main ones we'll be covering tomorrow. Netflix, so that will be fun. So yes, got earnings, got Power Hour. Steve will be here. Alejandro will be here. I will be here. We'll be having just a good old party. Real quick before we get through it. Adrian asked earlier, it says, well, here's a question. Do you think Donald, I'm guessing that means Trump first, bought the dip on data centers? He had a very lengthy Truth Social about the data centers. So I guess he put out a post or something along those lines. But
I can't keep up with all of the Donald news. I'm going to be completely honest. That one skipped my radar. I know this is your sector, so I was going to ask you, but you're asking the question. So honestly, looking at the charts, I'm not convinced that these have bottomed yet. And NBIS does look good, but some of the others a little bit less so. We can look at the sector as a whole. It maybe is getting close, but I think it might take some more time. So I don't hate the level. I'm just not sure these V-shape as fast as maybe we'd like to see. Is it possible? Absolutely. Is this probably not how long it takes? They're probably higher much sooner? Probably. But I want to either see a really strong response off this 200 to get in and feel like maybe we're actually at the bottom of this kind of turnaround that I see we need to make. Long term, definitely still bullish. I think Trump's going to make it really clear when it's time to buy. And if he has, then, and I haven't been paying attention, then maybe that's the sign. So I'll go back and I'll listen to what he actually said. But for now, watching the technicals of the 200.
Trumposaurus. The Trump
Dude, do you remember when politics were boring? That was kind of nice, right? We wanted some excitement back then, but looking back,
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. I know it's kind of funny about when you think about it that way. Yeah, it's picked up its pace a bit.
I just want to not always have to have a hedge on, just in case a tweet hits the timeline and all of a sudden we're down $5. So far though, very impressive V shape from Q's off the bottom here. Watching if it can reclaim this key level at 715, which we were watching before. So now I'm curious. If that level is, if there's been any kind of migration of the gamma exposure. So bear with me. I'm looking for my new. There it is. So what I want to look at is the buildup or lack thereof of gamma above us intraday.
We lost something.
A little clearer here. There we go. So, all right. What we're looking at here is SPX, SPY, and QQQ. This is about 10 minutes delayed data, but gives us a good idea. I'll check my back end here on the actual spreadsheet to see if there's anything too interesting in the next, or that's happened in the last 10 minutes. But in general, what we are seeing is this pin is still the biggest point, essentially. We were looking at 715 earlier, saying, man, I guess that's the downside target. It did overshoot 710, got scooped really nicely there. As you can see, the buyer stepped in. We came back to this large node, but what I was hoping for was a bigger node somewhere above, maybe at the 720, to give us a place to reach in the next day or so. So if we flip to 1 DTE, we are still seeing a nice pull above. So I do still think that we're on track for the buy the dip meta that we've been kind of expecting for the past couple weeks in summer. I still think that we are going to carve this out and push up. It's just a little bit scary because of some of those semiconductor charts in particular, Josh. So I want to ask your opinion on one last bigger stock that's in the kind of semiconductor AI trade, because this is one that I'm really not sure on. And Adrian, I bet you might have something to say on this one too, and that is Lumentum. This one I would have really liked to see hold a little bit stronger today, but I'm wondering if it's speed running this higher low that we're looking for, because it is respecting under 750. It's finding some buyers. Do you have any feelings on this or any of the photonics names? Basically, these large ones that have been moving sideways for about 2-3 months now.
Yeah, right. I think this was good, healthy, right? From light Lumentum, it was one of those ones kind of reminding me of the microns and SanDisks of the world, which SanDisk, by the way, big pullback today. Holy moly, that thing's on a dumperoonie. Yeah, that play has had a pretty good size day. But yes, I like light. I like LITE. I like that the photonic space. I think again, like the semiconductor chip space, we're seeing having a healthy sideways consolidation or some pullback. We're not just continuing to rip now. This was much needed. This was healthy. Long term, still fine. Long term, we're going to see this price split. I would imagine at some point, maybe get back in when it's a little bit cheaper if you don't want to get in so high.
Absolutely. Sorry, I think I'm getting some weird sound on my end. Sorry about that. Let me know if you hear anything, Josh. I don't know if something just played in a background tab or what. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I'm watching this 21-week moving average. It's just kind of waffling here for me. So I'd really like to see some decision made by the end of the week to make me feel a little bit better. What I will say though is, while I would feel best taking a position over that 778, 780, I would definitely keep it on my focus list as long as it closes here or above, really above this kind of 730. And what I'd like to see basically is this bottom wick and then a second higher low bottom wick on the weekly. And then once we get a close over the 800 for sure, then I think we're really rocking and rolling. But in general, I can't wait to buy the dip on these. I thought it was maybe time. Maybe it is today, but I think I need a little bit more proof here. So yeah, it should be a good one to watch intraday.
I like the Archie look to it too, just going out to the hourly time frame over the past few months. It looks like it wants to come down a little bit more before we may find that base. I love this little Archie look overall. It's an arching around here. So I would say I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the 600s again before finally doing its thing.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I wonder is, like, maybe it's just waiting for this 200. It's the only thing I can think of, but I hope not. A few other names in the space for anybody interested. Coherent, very strong in general, but recently doing the same kind of slide, back close to its or into its weekly trigger, and still well over its 200 day though. So a little sus there. They do have more room down, and I figure these are going to be the kind of names where they're not going to give you a ton of time when they do come to the level where they're bottoming in. So just a little tricky here. Mentioning, we got Purple Drank in the chat mentioning Broadcom, by the way. And this is a good name to look for a dip buy on the chips too, because this one's going to be essentially not as extended, and they're absolutely a major component of the actual AI build out, the infrastructure trade from a fundamental perspective. Some of these other ones, a little more speculative, or at the very least, they've ran so hot that they can pull back and just kind of keep pulling back. I'm talking about those AXTIs, for example. I mean, these ones, they're down a lot at this point. The AXTIs, the AAOIs. So it feels better to buy a name that's like Broadcom, where it's, been trading basically for the same price for 6 months plus. And so when it is finally ready to go, which I definitely think it will, it should be quite an explosive move, and it should break range and start re-rating more and more, because they're a major component in, like I said, this AI build out. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, Adrian mentioning how strong it is compared to the rest of the basket too. So I think this is just a really tight flag here, and you just have to keep zooming out, and eventually you're like, okay, I see. Because on the daily, it just looks weird, looks kind of sloppy, right? Until recently, I couldn't really even tell what it was doing on the daily here. But the higher or the further out you go, the more it just looks like really constructive price action with a nice, staircase structure here. I think the bigger levels up ahead. Once it's through 500, we can look for 700 or so at the very least on the first leg up, with the potential up to 800 plus.
Ooh, okay, big dog.
Yeah. Well, I think these are really good companies still, and it's just a matter of, I mean, not just really good companies, but like still in their expansion phase here, where I don't think that they should be putting tops in quite yet. I'd love to see AMAT, another one here, put in a new high, keep going, and I'm still sticking with Micron, even though it's been having some trouble. I think that it gets a fake breakdown and then goes up. If I had to, like, gun to my head, maybe something more like this. Because I really think these have a lot of juice left. And just because they're starting to crack doesn't mean that they have to actually follow through very far at all.
Yeah.
Got some action here on Elva, maybe?
It's still in that wedge. It's still in my vortex. It's still in the vortex. It's trying to break out. It almost did. Nope. Candlestick confirmed. Back in the vortex. We're still chilling. So speaking of juice, what kind of juice? What was your juice box back in the day? Did you go Capri Sun? Was it a High C? Was it a Mondo? What were the ones that looked like?
I think Tang. You remember Tang?
I
Tang
did
was
have.
pretty good.
I had it. Not a lot though. Not a lot.
Let's see. I did mostly Capri Suns. I'm trying to remember the flavor. This was quite a ways back, and then also the apple.
Squeeze it. That's the ones I love. Squeeze it. Remember then the Kool-Aid started doing those. They're called Squeeze It.
Huh. Were those the ones
like
in the plastic bottle with the twist off tops?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude,
yes.
You unlocked a hidden memory. Yes, those were awesome. They had like
and
a
Mondo,
blue one.
And I was right. Mondo, yes, blue one, but yes, Mondo. I'm looking at them right now. Mondo was like probably like the off-brand version, but yeah, Squeeze It, and then Mondo, and then Kool-Aid made them. But yeah, that was it, bro.
Oh yeah, those are the ones. All right. Yeah. Okay. So those hit. What about I'm trying to remember the name. You can help me out here too. They're not Lunchables, but they had that little penguin on them with the brownie. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about. They were Lunchables, but they were slightly different. I don't know, Snackables or something. But they had a penguin on them, and he had a cool backwards hat. He was the man. You got a little brownie. Super good. I'm telling you. You got
a little brownie. I'm looking it up. I can't. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. When I Googled it, it brings up a lunch. Let's see. Huh?
Kid Cuisine.
Yes, Kid Cuisine. I do remember those. Yes. Kid Cuisine. That was it. I had those little frozen guys. They were frozen. Yeah. They were frozen dinners. Yes, I do remember that. Yes.
Okay, I think he's a penguin. Maybe he's a duck. I don't know. Either way,
I think he's a duck. It's all right.
Close enough.
Yeah, you're close enough. This one looks like the penguin. One of the old ones. It's a hamburger pizza one. You can't really tell. Here, I'll do this real quickly. I love doing this. We'll have to get into this real quickly. So boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, and then we'll go into. Here we go. This was it right here. This guy. So
Yeah.
this old one, like that's probably the OG one. Look how old that box looks. So they've updated them throughout the years. It looks more ducky now for sure. But that OG one, the bill, no, that's not penguin-y, but he looks like a penguin with the black. Okay, I get what you're seeing there. I get what you're seeing.
What I'm putting down. Speaking of picking up what's been put down, ELVA, I think it's trying to round that corner. It did hold off of VWAP here. It still is just cooking right in the apex of this triangle. You can see there's not much time left for a decision to be made. We'll take this high time frame level off our screen real quick. Oh, that's not it. Essentially, what I'm trying to show here is just how tight this is getting. If it'll let me, it looks like it's frozen here. There we go. All right.
I was going to say, here's mine. Just even this. Look at the wedge. I mean, yes, this is like getting so tight, Steve. See, this is getting so tight, so tight.
I mean, it's gotta make a decision sooner or later here, and I think it's going to go up just based on the push up, the pull down into the higher low. It retested that swing. It retested the VWAP pin here. I mean, I don't know what else it's waiting for, Josh. So if it's not now,
it's waiting for more people to come in and buy it. It's what's the one thing it's lacking right now. It starts with a V and ends with volume. That's volume, baby.
So slow lunchtime. Maybe we pick up here in the next 15 minutes or so.
It needs
I hope
a kid
so.
cuisine. It needs a kid cuisine with the duck / penguin. I didn't really have a go-to as a kid. Out of those frozen meals. I remember having a lot of those frozen meals, but I'm thinking back, even like now, I'm like, I don't think I ever really had a favorite there. Like, point me, and I know they showed the chicken nuggets one. I was like that at school. When it was chicken nugget day, man, I was all aboard. I wanted some mashed potatoes, some chicken nuggets, and a roll. And then in high school, they started letting you get seconds. So you get double. So you get two orders of chicken nuggets. You have 12 chicken nuggets. And I do double everything. Double mashed potatoes. So essentially, you have your lunch tray. Just nothing but nuggets in the big section. The other two were just big plops of mashed potatoes, and then I do 2 rolls.
That's living the good life like that right there. That's
12
like
nuggets, a bunch of mashed potatoes with gravy and a couple of rolls. Ain't nothing better at lunch with. And I always washed it down. And here's what's funny, Steve, going to the milk. I washed it down with chocolate milk.
Of course you did. That is so funny. There's a correlation. Like all of my friends love chocolate milk. I think we're just kids at heart. That I don't know what the other alternative is, but there's something about it, dude. I don't know. I was just talking to my friend, and he was saying, we were reminiscing about chocolate milk. Me and another friend. He's like, "What? You guys don't still drink chocolate milk?" He's like, "Bro, we're on video call." He literally walked over. He's like, I got a gallon right here. This guy always keeps a gallon just on deck. He stays strapped. He stays with that thing, Okay. So I don't know. I guess it's just I don't know. Maybe I'm just built different. But like the same thing with alcohol. I can't do the sugary drinks anymore. Can't do the chocolate milk. But brings back good times, good memories.
Oh God!
I was a pizza day guy. Pizza was my go-to.
Oh, pizza! Yeah, that probably, if anything, maybe those little out of those, switch to the frozen one. But I was a chicken. I love chicken tenders too as a kid, or the frozen ones. That was another go-to for me as a kid. Finally grew out of the chicken tendies. I know we see Wendy's tendies a lot in chat. Still love some tenders, but I've got some grown adult friends. That's all they eat still. It's just burgers, chicken fingers, pizza. That's all they've grown. I'm like, you haven't grown from that. Oh, I eat some fried shrimp here. Oh yeah, of course, fried shrimp. Yeah, of course it's fried. So
yeah, I was going to say anything tastes good when it's fried. That's easy mode.
Yes,
we're starting to get a little bit of lift.
I
think it might be time.
I'll say lunchboxes. Tag brings up another good memory. Like, man, backpacks as a kid, binders, like your of course your lunch boxes. Yeah, that was always a thing for me as a kid. Couldn't wait to get the new backpack or the new lunch box.
Yeah.
Yes, I was an only child and my mom packed my lunch. She sure did. I'm a mama's boy and I love her to death for it. Okay, she packed me an amazing lunch every day up until I think it was junior high somewhere. I think it was somewhere around 9th grade. And then she was like, Josh, it's time. And then I usually would either, it was get something. Because now you're in high school and they got more options for you. They got different concession stands and stuff like that. But yes, I loved a cool lunchbox as a kid.
Well, don't leave us hanging. What was it? What was on it?
I'd go through, of course, like having and I have to show a picture of it here and I'll have to show it off. Yeah, we'll have to show a picture of it, man. These are the old school back in the day. Right here it is. It can't get better than this. Let's go back to my screen real quickly right here, Steve. The plastic lunch boxes, if you remember these as a kid, right? I mean, these were classic. You could get different ones. I can't remember if mine was red or blue. Probably blue because my favorite color is blue. But the thermos had a thermos in there, so it came with a cool little thermos. These were it. This was probably but then they started moving away from that and started making kind of like the more pouchy ones that were like a plastic. They were like made us a different kind of texture, like plastic or something, but a more elastic kind of. Yeah, and I had those, and I loved it.
That's what I remember, and it was cool, but it didn't look the same. I don't know, because I do remember the ones you're talking about here. This is what I was rocking here. Oh no, it almost had me like click a link to buy one. Those things are expensive. All right, apparently save your lunch boxes. I guess those are going to be worth something later. But yeah, the shiny plastic, not quite the same there.
Which one? Yeah, let's go back to your screen if you want to. Let's go back to the Steve.
There it is. I was a Power Rangers guy.
Okay. Okay.
I was a big red Power Ranger. Why what are we looking at these for? Well, our setup is taking forever, man. We don't have that much to talk about here. I've got an alert set for when it finally breaks, but we need the volume, and it's not getting it.
What about SPY? I mean, honestly, I'm surprised here with this big move back on up. Not interested in the SPY.
I'm here for the swing.
No?
I kind of locked myself out. I just didn't like the price action and just with the heavy stream, and a little tough for me to take the position. Then I looked and I'd kind of missed the grind up. So at that point, it was already a middle of the range trade. Now we're just over VWAP. To me, I mean, yeah, I wish I bought the low, definitely. I'm not feeling super sharp today, Josh, so I'm just taking it easy on the trades. Are we finally getting the Elva move?
It's moving, but again, it's a bigger. It's slow. She's taking her time. You got to have patience with this one. Joshua says Green Ranger lunchbox. See, Michael, people like talking about lunchboxes. We actually like talking about our past. Maybe your past is just not as glorious as ours were, and I'm sorry that you didn't look black and you loved your lunchboxes, but we did as kids. A lot of us did anyway. I love my lunchbox as a kid. It was like a statement, no lie. 80s into 90s. Backpacks, shoes, lunchboxes. Your binders, I mean, like even like erasers and pencils and pens were like, oh, you got a basic boring yellow number 2 pencil. Like you don't have like the cool graphics all over your pencils. Like, oh, you're a dork. Like it was funny how that was a thing.
No, yeah, it was a big personality thing for sure. And I think, I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just the rosy tinted nostalgia glasses, but I feel like the 90s were the last time where it was cool to be into consumerism and just cool stuff. There was like cool TV shows. There was, even the ads were cool. Remember the old like PlayStation ads? Those were super rad.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's like lost its luster. You don't really think about that anymore.
Now everything's so like streamlined. Oh, let's watch. Okay, finally something to maybe talk about. ELVA trying to push up there, did get the crack back. So there's one seller that just stepped in. I'm really curious to see where this candle closes. Did it just halt? I think it might have just halted. Oh, no. Okay.
Come on, shit's too slow, Steve. Steve. I could go run an errand all the way down to Dallas, Texas, and back from Arkansas, and this thing still won't be at 13 plus or below 11. It'll be at no higher than 1254 and no lower than 11 by the time I get back from Dallas. All right, I'll be back here in about 8 hours. I'll be right back.
All right, that's a pretty tight range. That's a pretty tight range for a stock like this at the very least. Still 12%, but. Oh, it's teasing us. Is this the back test? This might be the entry.
I still like, again, my wedge. I'm big on candlestick confirmation, right? So I'm big on trend lines. I'm big on lines. Still, 5-minute time frame. We're just confirming, still below it until we confirm above it and come up and then retest it, right? I want to see a candle confirm outside of this nice tight wedge. Like I said, we're still in this super tight vortex. I do agree with you guys. Again, I think you guys, as in you, Taquito, have this more long. Why? Because we push way more here over the last, say, 30 minutes and now hour plus. Where? To the top side. We're not really seeing the bottom side much more. But we talk about this too often, Steve. 1 touch, 3 touch, 4, 5, 10 times we're knocking here. How many knocks is it going to take? Or then finally, traders, are we going to give up and come back down? Which we have a lot of knocks on this bottom trend as well. It's like you said. And I have seen these before where that. It's going to make a move. It's just getting so tight here. It's got to do something. And then literally it's like lighting a fire, which I have luckily never really lit off anything I'm guessing I know I have before, but you light it and it doesn't do anything. And then you want to go back. Oh, I've done that before. Because then you want to go back and relight it and you're like, don't do it. Just leave it alone. Don't touch it. Just leave it for like an hour. Just leave that one alone. And it might do that, but it does have that look that it wants to squeeze and really confirm back up through that 12 area here. So we'll see. It's just super duper tight.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you looking at on the higher volume or higher time frame?
I'm just trying to keep an eye on where these wicks are, just noting the sellers, but we're on top of it. We're looking for a close over these kind of prior 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at selling there on the 15-minute chart. And if we can, then we'll be over this shelf. If we can push away from the shelf, well, then we can start running stops. In general, though, it's going to take the volume that you're looking for. We got a little pop of volume, decent pop of volume, but nothing compared to the morning. So I'd love to see if we can get a bigger move here. I think we're still just in the loading phase. As you can see, not lifting off yet, but it's not falling, and it's just kind of grinding higher. It's gonna be a big move either way when it's finally ready, because it's kind of like just like a really suspenseful movie. It's like this thing's been on for 2 hours now. Do something. It's got to, something's gonna happen. You just keep building and building the tension till the grand finale, and then there's gonna be fireworks. So
speaking of insider buying today, speaking of this ELVA news didn't drop that I looked at across the board for me until about 45 minutes before the opening bell. Elva was moving at 7 a.m. Eastern. So you'll see that a lot in the small cap world, mid to small cap, micro cap world. A lot of that insider trading and buying before. So yeah, there was a lot of movement. And then I come in, I'm like, why did the new PR just drop? This thing's been already, it's already been moving. Yeah, so there was some insider trading going on Elva today as well. Elva the Belva.
Why didn't they let me know? It was very rude of them.
Well, those, yeah, very rude of them, right? Yeah, and it's crazy. I love that, how that old high there in pre-market almost becomes the bottom dip there at the opening bell, back down around 10:15, 10:20. Again, where I traded sober. I love those pre-market high resistance areas that fell, and when they fell, we squeeze really hard through them. When we do that, there's a very high chance that we'll come back to that fell area that we were resisting at, that we blew up from, and bounce at it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm right there with you on these. They can be some of the most explosive setups out there. And essentially it's just, okay, here was where price was accepted till it wasn't. Then it starts re-rating down. And then when it squeezes through this level, it can just take those shorts and not let them go. Anybody who was was greedy enough to not monetize them down here, it can really put them on the back foot. Because this thing, they were thinking it was going to zero, geez, it got pretty darn close. So a lot of room to push up once you get that kind of explosive look. And what was the name we were just looking at? Was it even, it might have actually just been Elva. Was it a similar kind of look where once we get through this neckline, you get quite a substantial move as those shorts get squeezed. So sometimes they hammer it right on back and then you can still drift on up. But sometimes they just squeeze straight through and then correct via time. See, Sober went sideways, guys, instead of just straight down back. It wasn't a big spike down. And now we're seeing that continuation. Maybe Elva's just a day behind, or a couple hours behind, I should say.
Now I'm thinking Elvira to the way you're saying Elva. I just want to say Elvis, baby. Elvis. You're almost saying it. I feel like it's almost coming out.
Okay. I wasn't intending to, but actually that's
I like it.
Now we need I was just thinking, is there an Elvis ticker?
I doubt it.
ELVS. I'm getting distracted now. No Elvis ticker. Sorry, I was looking over my other screen while you were riffing at me, and I was just stuck looking at how pretty this chart is with NVVE. I feel like this one's shaping out. Maybe is the nicest setup of the day. Seems like it failed to break down, and now it's starting.
That was the other one that you were looking at earlier, was NVVE for sure.
Yeah.
That I'm looking at it essentially.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good still, and we didn't get the bigger push down that I kind of wanted, but we're still eating at this neckline here. So keep an eye on this one.
Elva, getting close. Elva's getting close here.
It's the second I take my If I don't watch it, I know it's going to go. So yeah, for me, you could look to take this off of. Hey, it's still valid. It's not extended, and that's what I like to see on this grind up, because it's not dropping and it's just becoming tighter and tighter, even though the price is still grinding up. So I think that this thing can really light the fuse. They're not giving shorts much of an out at all. Just these little red candles really aren't getting any follow through. So I don't know. I think it's a powder keg, and we're just waiting on one more big spike of volume here to get us through this previous run high, and then we can really go.
Chart for the rest of the day for me, myself, besides the ones we just went over here for the small caps. I'm loving some Google, loving some Apple. So you can go slapple Apple if you want to, or if you want to go over to Google. I like both of those charts. I really do feel Apple is going 330s. It could see 330s today. I know we'll see it by the end of the week now at this point after that huge recovery. Yesterday, or no, was it from Monday, made that big move up. Yesterday kind of consolidated. You're going, okay, well, maybe that was the move, and now we're going to sit sideways. Oh, no. We are off to the races today. So those are two other charts I like for the rest of the day. Really elsewhere, we're seeing a lot of red to green moves. NVDA SPY, Tesla's out there, Micron, SanDisk seeing the big move back on up, and I'd see some more continuation. That's why I was asking Steve if he was looking at SPY. It just seems like it wants to push back up to possible high of day, just over 755. So watch for that in the SPY. Other than that, those are some of the prettier charts, or just some moves I would anticipate other than what we just covered there.
Yeah, I mean, wow, yeah, what can you say? That's a V-shape L, right? So maybe we are ready to go. I was hoping it would take another day or two. I was thinking Thursday might be the low, but hey, if we're front running that kind of time, what am I looking for? Time level, that time horizon. I was thinking that would be a nice place for a dip. Seems like I was a day off there. Sorry, yeah, I'm not sure exactly why this is so strong. Basically, what I'm confused about, Josh, was just the weakness in Qs that really put me off and thought we were going to need another day or two to recover. But maybe I was the jerk that they were shaking out, and now they're ready to go. So it might be the case here. So I still would like to see another higher low on Qs to get involved. SPY doesn't seem like it really wants to give much ground back at all. Just ripping here. Definitely a strong V shape.
That was a movie. What comedian? It was Steve Martin. I was like, that's a movie. The Jerk. Yeah, the Jerk. Yeah. And then that brings me to a one from similar-ish in a way to the late 90s and The Pest. Did you ever see The Pest with John Leguizamo?
I think I have not. That sounds familiar. Let me pull up I'll know it from the box art. From the cover art there. It's from the 80s or 90s?
No, The Pest. Yeah, The Pest is John Leguizamo.
Oh, yeah. So I don't think I've seen it, but I sure do recognize that cover there. Him in the bullseye? Yeah, with all the yellow. Yeah, okay. Totally.
Pretty goofy, pretty bad, but yeah, The Pest was probably not as good as but Tyler asked if we missed anything. Mr. Smith, you have not really missed much today. Is there any big news drops? Yeah. It is that Steve and I will be back here in Power Hour and into the closing bell with Alejandra to report some earnings for you guys. That's the big news, baby. And tomorrow we have Netflix dropping for you. Friday, it is an all-day stream now. Steve, Alejandra, live in the morning. Come join us tomorrow. Of course, then on Friday, you got us every morning now. You got us at lunch. You got us in the afternoons. It's full-time Trade the Pool streams. Steve and his webinar. Steve, webinar this Friday. You want to? We can preview that too as well. Maybe, possibly, definitely tomorrow. But Steve's got his webinar on Friday, so we got a lot of action. Really, almost a full Monday through Friday show for you guys now. So I'm good. Yeah. I'm done for lunch. I'm gonna get some food in me. I need that spice. I need something spicy, Steve. I need some jalapenos, some maybe some habanero pepper, something to get me rocking and rolling, and get me even more amped up.
Love it. I'm in. Yeah, I need to refuel here too. I'm gonna come back with a belly full of food, and I think it's energy drink time because I wanna get juiced for this. It's gonna be an exciting earnings, and I need to get my energy level to match it. So be there. Don't miss out. We're gonna be triple teaming this thing. It's gonna be a fun report, and great stuff into the rest of the day or rest of the week, I should say, with that Friday stuff coming up too. So hopefully we get to trade the breakout into the end of the week here because I was falling asleep during this price action, even though I missed the big move in the last hour. So, Josh.
Yeah, so real quick, I want to say this. So, yeah, I guess it was right around Trump, Trump on social media says Governor Kathy Hochul, however you say that, for political reasons, has terminated all data centers being built or to be built in New York State. These companies are now being sought in Alabama, Florida, Texas, Arizona, and many other states. New York State has made a terrible decision, is what Mr. Trump Daddy says. And that was right around, so essentially right around since then. Now, that had full direct with the market, may have, regardless. Since then, we have seen some sort of a return right around that same time since Trump put that out there about the data center. So it'll be something we can look into. Steve, you want to look into that maybe possibly for the next hour or two when we come back.
I already want to riff on it, but I know that I'll be here for another 10, 15 minutes. So we'll bring it back for Power Hour. Yeah, that'll get... Now you're getting me going, talking about data centers and Trump yapping. Yeah, all right. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be back soon.
In a minute.
What's up, traders? Steve Tileman here. We're back for a power hour. We had a bit of a V shape on our hands, starting to come off just a little bit. Let's see what we can see. Currently trading back up over VWAP on the SPX. We're going to go through the indices, get into some of the hot moving stocks, and then start prepping you for earnings. We got a good one for you today on JBHT and UAL. So an airline play and a trucking play. Both really important for the Dow theory, if you're familiar with that. If you're not, we'll stick around and you'll learn something. It's an interesting day for earnings, and the implications are going to be, not as big as some of the names coming up, like Netflix, perhaps, maybe United Health. We got some wild ones next week as well, with a lot of the big earnings coming up, but still some good implications, and we can talk about what we might be able to play in sympathy, as well as how they actually might move themselves. What's up, Snowman? What's up, Derek? Good to see you guys here. World Cup time? Yeah, it's getting close, huh? Who are we rooting for, guys? Who are we rooting for? I think I got to go Spain in general, just for the whole thing. Wouldn't mind seeing England take it, but let's be real, anybody but Argentina. So SPY currently over VWAP here. I'm going to reload my gamma exposure bars here for you so we can get a fresh take here. Going into the close, wouldn't expect too much, so we'll check out today's as well as tomorrow's. So first off, today's, we shouldn't see much of a change, but there's a little change there. So essentially, we are seeing the pin stay the same. That's at 75.70, basically that last swing high. We have zero gamma creeping up. So zero gamma now up to 560. It started the day at 550. So nice move there. You can see as well when it broke into zero gamma, or through it. At the time, it was right there. So this big candle is the one that broke us through. And ever since then, it was in buy the dip mode. Very, very steady. Whereas below this level, that's exactly where things kind of fell off a cliff, right? See the sell accelerated under our horizontal level and then price stabilized above it? This is the power of gamma regimes. Why I think it's so important to harp on. Did I blast your ears out there, Mike? Sorry, man. Hey, Nigel. Hey, Purple Drank. How we doing today, guys? I was a little wiped out this morning. I had to get the energy drink going. I think we're back in it, though. Also always helps seeing a wild move on SPY. This is a pretty crazy V-shape, I gotta say. Rarely do you just get a move like that. And often, not quite as sustainable, but it could be the start of a much larger move. So let's see if the power is ready to start this week. We've been keeping it very tight in the weekly range. Battle and lag here. There you go. As you can see, pretty darn tight weekly candle here. Much smaller than the prior couple, and hey, we're halfway through. So that means we are primed for expansion either at the end of the week or next week. So look for a big move there. My goal this week was not to get chopped up, so I'm trading very light. Leads to some tilt. I'm a little sad I missed today's move. It was a good move. It's a nice V. But always more moves. I'm sitting in the pocket, waiting and making sure I don't burn that mental capital before the big one. Hey, Lance, what am I looking for in the market here? Intraday. Let's talk about it. First thing to note, the gamma exposure chart. So essentially, I don't expect us to move much, like materially beyond here. I would expect the highs are in for the day, personally. I don't think we get a big power hour. I think that we might see a little bit of a move. I think we're going to pin pretty close to here unless we see some change. What we can look at, though, what I want to look at is the contrast between today's gamma exposure, the 0 day, and what we're seeing tomorrow. Also just noting, just noting the levels that are oscillating here. We can pull the live little bar here up in the corner, actually. How about we do that? There we go. All right. I'm just going to keep tabs on this in the corner here because it's showing us essentially the live read of what this is showing us in general. I'm dumb. I have to pin it to the top. All right. This is a next stream thing. I'm not going to be able to figure it out right now, but we'll get there. Anyways, let's check out tomorrow's gamma exposure chart, see what's cooking, and see if we can get a read here, because what I'm seeing here is basically congestion between these two big points. If we lose this, and this one grows at 75.45, we might get a little bit of a move down. In theory, we could see a build out of the higher gamma too, but this is pretty substantial, and we are rejecting from that just a little. But that kind of makes me think we're pretty consolidated here. So getting on into tomorrow's gamma, pulling it up. Un momento. Whoa, this is big news. Mr. Snowman, you quit your full-time job. You're a full-time day trader now. I love it, man. Congratulations. Welcome to the club. I'm not even a part of the club anymore because I don't count, you know? I did do the full trading thing for about 7-8 months. I tip my hat to you. It is stressful, but you can handle it. You know if you're ready to quit your job. You're already ready for it. That's the good stuff. So just nice and steady does it, you know? No need to rush it. Just keep on doing the same thing that got you to this point. But love to hear it, man. And also just remember, there is going to be a psychology change. I know we're saying just keep trading the exact same, but it will, you know, it'll be something you think about a little. But the big takeaway is that you wouldn't be here if you're not ready. You know what to do. Just trade small and you know, just start compounding there. So I had to start a little bit of a smaller size, and it took me about 3 weeks before I was comfortable to like ramp up to my normal size. And then it was smooth sailing. It was just kind of getting over the hump where psychologically I was like, I know I can do this, but what if? You know, you just, maybe I'm neurotic. I had a few what ifs. I'm not trying to get in your head, but you know, it's just ride through that and yeah, just stay the course, man. Congratulations. It's a big deal. Alejandra will be here, I believe, in 20 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll catch up with her shortly. But up 600 today. Beautiful, dude. That's perfect. You know, so nice, steady as she goes. That's more than enough. More than enough to keep you going. Tacitus in the house. The head and shoulders pattern forming across multiple large caps. You're saying SAP, STX, McDonald's, Intuit, Hubs, Kratos, COP. Let's go through some of these. Let's do a lightning round here of some of these picks. See if I'm seeing head and shoulders on these. All right. What time frame are we looking at here? We talking intraday or? Yeah, that looks like a head and shoulders intraday. Okay, I'm assuming intraday unless you tell me otherwise. Let's see. Let's look at these real quick. Wife's not happy, Snowman. She'll be happy. Just you know, get her something nice after that first big withdrawal. There you go. You know. I will say it's hard to explain to normies, right? Not, you know, just to people who don't do this every day. It's hard to explain that you're not actually a gambler. Or maybe you're a little bit of a gambler, but in a contained way, right? It's a very interesting job that most people don't get. It's hard to relate to people who just, you know, clock into an office gig and get your steady paycheck. And I'm kind of a fraud because I'm 1 foot out the door, 1 foot in, you know? I do half my income from trading and half from streaming. So I'll be the first to admit, for my mental state, the stability helps. But the real killers are the ones who can do this full time. And if you're ready, you can definitely just do it. And this is where you'll really compound, you know? My whole goal is to get nice and steady. Because for me, you know, I'm not some trust fund kitty, right? I had to work for my first bankroll to trade with. And, you know, I had some decent losses before I had to claw my way back. So I just am trading a little bit more scared. And that's my biggest setback as a trader overall, you know, 6-7 years in. But still, it's always, there's always that what if, you know, for me still. So that's what I need to iron out. But I'm always going to be gunning towards that's the dream, right? Manage a large enough account that you can trade really small, really safe, and just compound interest. Just extract enough from the market to feel very safe and secure every single day. That's where the real financial independence, you know, starts to compound there. So let's finally get through these charts here. There we go. So see it on SAP. Let's watch for this 200 minute. That's the first thing that I'd watch for a crack. Definitely when you see a volume profile like this, it's worrying, right? Because most of the volume is much further down below. And there's really no reason for it to reach back up here. We'd have to see a lot of big volume come in, or I'm sorry, a lot of like volume coming in off of this shelf. And it would take time. We'd probably go up here, come down, chop around in this kind of $2 range for a while. This is not constructive enough for a long yet. So very much more likely is that we lose this and head down here and potentially start to flush to a lower level. Going on into some of these other ones. STX, we have memory here with Seagate. Not sure. Okay, daily, weekly. Sorry about that. Let's check them out there. I was like, not seeing it on that one. There's much more of a head and shoulders, absolutely. So yeah, we've been watching these in the memory complex for a while, and it's really still at the point where I don't want to make a definitive call. And the reason is because these patterns only have about a 55 to 60% chance of playing out. So when you're in the strongest sector of the market, the previous leaders in these memory stocks, I'm not really inclined to, pin my hat on a 55% move on those leaders. We still are kind of entertaining the possibility of a failed auction down, even on the ones that are kind of leading the way down. Let's get rid of some of these scribbles here from the last time we were talking about it. But essentially, it's kind of indecision mode for me. We haven't broken down yet. It still could catch. There are going to be buyers who try to buy the dip. Thing is, if we start to really get some momentum to the downside, we'll probably know it pretty soon. So I'm really watching this 925 level. 925, that's the rising 50-day. And I'm watching this on a lot of the leaders. So I bet that we'll be talking about 50 days as we go through a few more of these charts. McDonald's is interesting. Is it doing another M? Yeah, I don't know about this. Looks a little bit heavy to me. It likes to do these gold arches and then just then go on its merry way. So maybe it fails a breakdown, but I don't know. For me, honestly, not an area that I'd want to be in. I think this one does look heavy. You could probably get away with shorting this on a fail of this recent low, 265, and then probably you'll get involved on a back test because this isn't going to be a super fast mover, I don't think. It's just funny how many M's this thing makes. What else we got? Kratos, the drones company. Yeah, I thought these things were going to keep going because ONDS looked so good. Not the case. As we reevaluate, this is in no man's land for me. I would need it down cheaper. I need it to fill in this kind of gap in the 40s, 30s, 40s for me to really want to get involved. Could it be holding? Maybe. I think probably you're right. This thing has more room down. I would love it to see it get down back to 35. This big level. That's when it could be a nice long. Till then, it might play out like one of these HIMS charts where it's kind of in no man's land right about here, like the equivalent of like $40. Oh, same price too on HIMS. And it would need to come back down to that prior high where it kind of started squeezing from. And usually they flush out there. Sometimes they overshoot that too and then need to reclaim. And it takes a while. So I don't like any of these long. I could definitely see some of them being good short so far. Into it. Just heavy, and this is kind of the same software theme, right? Just a little bit rough. The only area of interest is this 200-month moving average, and it is definitely a long-term support level. You can see that big support there on the volume shelf. Probably good long-term. It might take a while to carve out a bottom. I would be probably trimming if it gets back up to 400 for sure. Probably start at like 350 or so when it gets up into this hollow place, just in case it kind of rejects when it starts climbing this mountain. Not my favorite of the software stocks. If you're looking for any of those, Microsoft seems really nice to me. I know Josh doesn't love it, but I think it's looking pretty good. I think it's pretty good as long as it closes this week over 390, the 200-week moving average. Very good spot for a long-term position. And the last one you wanted to talk about, COP. This is going to be ConocoPhillips, I believe. ConocoPhillips, yeah. So I like these as a hedge. I'm not sure if it's time for these to play out. These oil and gas, I think these are midstream producers here. It's a good hedge if the war stuff keeps going, which, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's particularly slowing down very meaningfully. We can see that oil not giving much back at all, trading right over that 120 handle still. I think it's good to have a hedge on. COP, I think this is a bullish chart, tagged in with its 200 day moving average, found a strong buyer. It's not like my favorite chart in the world, but I think in general it's knocked once, twice, and 3 times into this key higher upper range. And when it finally does test a 4th time, which it seems gearing up to do with this nice consolidation flag here into the 200, I mean, I would assume the path of least resistance kind of does look up through this 4th and up eventually. I think these companies can do very well even if there isn't, like massive escalation. Like they can just keep profiting off of where oil is at now. They're, well beyond profitable with where Brent is right now. In general, I think it's good to have a little bit of these. I have some Chevron, but not a lot. But it's one of my hedges just to have kind of on there because I think it's important to have some oil or some traditional energy in a more balanced barbell type portfolio. And I think this is a really nice long-term cup and handle that's back tested. So obviously grain of salt when you're playing technical patterns on oil, but the longer the time frame, the more I believe they could possibly play out. And I don't think they're bad looks. Let's check in intraday here and see where we're looking or what we're looking like. And there's a few names I want to check out around the horn too. Yeah, so far we were expecting this to just be kind of muddy, choppy price action into the end of the day. So far kind of playing out. And we can see why right here. This should be our floor. This should be our ceiling. And we're just kind of stuck. So if we do pop, which seems like we might try to a little bit, I would say maybe check back in with this point of control. Oh, just shifted actually. So more volume coming in here, shifting that point of control from here, from the up place to the downside here. Yeah, just nothing too compelling for me to take an intraday trade here. And we can talk about some of these setups going into next week. Good afternoon, Rick Knight. Catching up on comments here. Good to see some new faces. Tyler wants to talk Amazon, and I like it. That's a good name. Up, 3% today or so? Flagging back into the VWAP, and this is constructive. We can look for this for a potential long into tomorrow. Nice. We're getting the breakout that we were looking for there. So this is where you would expect some selling. What we want to see is a flagging back into the 253, that falling 50-day. And we want it to basically hold above that so this can flatten out, start to curl up, and guide us up. Usually these 50 days, they can be pretty aggressive when we do break them. Let me take this off, make it a little clearer, and show you. There we go. So the 50-day, this green line here, you can see. Back test, and then it can explode up. Same thing right here. It tests up into it and then it can explode through it. So that is a possibility. The other thing I really do like about Amazon, it's been hanging out. A lot of the other ones have been going up significantly. Like Apple's been doing very well. Google definitely making some positive headway in the past couple months over Amazon. Even all year long, Amazon's been really, really flat. This has allowed it to build this massive base, this big volume base. It's even more prevalent on the weekly here. Yeah, it's much prettier on the weekly. But you see, we're starting to push off of the back test of this. We got the nice surge. We got the back test. That's where volume came in. A lot of people loaded up here off the 200-day, I believe. Yeah, off the 200-day. Big volume came in. So to me, looking amazing. The other thing I like is that we just cleared that top of the volume shelf. Essentially, this volume here, sure, it started on this day, but it kind of followed through here. So I kind of consider this all one big buyer and then the mean reversion move of that. And now we're up and through here. This buyer kind of held the line, and now more buyers are flooding in. I'd love to see a bigger pop of volume to cut through this. Otherwise, maybe we can look for... Probably just a back test to this level. Nothing too complicated. I definitely like Amazon long-term, and I like all the mega caps long-term. I think they look really good. Purple Drank asking, do you know why NU volume is so high today? No, but we can figure it out together. NU is a Brazilian small bank, I believe. Fintech, small bank. Regional fintech? I don't know. Something like that. We played them last year. It was a fun play. The 12 there. Let's see what's going on now. This volume's just rampant. This is really interesting. So this is one to watch because this volume's just building and building and building. but nothing's happening. So it should make a big move at all. They ain't small at all. Okay, I apologize. You know what I'm thinking of? I think I'm thinking of Stone Co. I think that one's much smaller. What's the market cap on this guy? Let's find out. All right, 67 billion. I retract my statement. Can't remember them all. What do we got? It looks to me like we want to pop this collar, pop this point of control, and at least test in with this 200, potentially forming a long-term bottom. For me, when I see this, to me, it really looks like a left shoulder and a big head here, and would like to come on up, test this neckline, come back down, test the bottom of this volume shelf, and then really surge. In a perfect world, that's what I'd like to see. Just because it would be pretty, wouldn't it? We can look back and see what it did other times like this. When it flushes out, comes up, forms a new low. So flush out, comes up, forms a new low. Comes back up to the neckline, and then forms that same kind of little handle there. Or little elbow, little shoulder, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I think that looks kind of good. Why is there volume today, though, is the question. So let me do a quick Google. We'll figure it out. Doesn't look to me like there's any one thing today so much as it's just the kind of continued accumulation or the continued pressure. So it might be more about Brazil overall. Might be just relative strength in the names or in the overall ETF. So let's see what the volume's doing. Interesting. I mean, UWZ is strong, but the volume's declining here. What are some other Brazilian names? Is YPF Brazil or is that Argentina? All right, we can do this live too. Let's find some more Brazilian stocks, see if we can figure anything out in a few minutes here, because that volume is interesting. I think it might just, you know what, never mind. I think what it is because PayPal is getting a bid, other fintech is getting a bid. This is a strong fintech name trading at a discount, and its ETF is looking like it's ready to catch a nice bid too, potentially. So I think that's probably enough to make it make sense because PayPal got their big offering here. Congratulations, PayPal bulls. We've been talking about this one for a few weeks. In from 44.70. Nice pop straight through the 200 today. So this is well ahead of schedule. Well ahead of schedule, but you love to see it. I'm down to half a position just because when you get a massive gap up, I just say thank you and don't let the market take it away from me. Yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at there. But it is interesting seeing the other names in the sector try their best and or get punished. So it's interesting to see SoFi still so weak. I said a couple of days ago, this one just ain't acting right. It really should have held a stronger candle here over this daily trigger. To me, just kind of a failure of a rising wedge. So we have the ceiling kind of there. And buyers keep making higher lows, but they can't really do anything with it, you know? Now we're at the verge of cracking. Maybe it can catch and reclaim. They get another chance. Bulls get another chance. But how I kind of look at it is everybody's kind of lining up where they think it should break. So probably most people looking at this horizontal level right around here. So those guys, when you get the break over, you're like, oh yeah, we're in. You also have like the horizontal trend guys who are kind of like this. It's a little 5-day flag there. They're saying, okay, we're breaking this. And okay, we close on the back test. That's fine. And you know what? Then you get the big red candle, and then everybody's like, oh man, what's going on? Market's rigged. I don't understand. And it might take a few days to reset, and then it kind of just resets the playing board, and we get another attempt to break another downtrend. You don't get infinite attempts, but on relatively resilient names, often it'll be these kind of false starts. And so here's another attempt to kind of get this rally going. Again, they kind of get stomped down. And once this happens once, twice, 3 times, I start kind of thinking, hey, maybe I should be looking to short this thing instead. And that's what I'm kind of seeing. I think the potential to at least short it, just back down to this low volume node, probably back down to 16. I'm not a believer in SoFi yet. If I'm wrong, we should know by the end of the week, though, because it should be able to hold this 18 level, 1790, somewhere around there. All right, let me catch up here. All right, guys, and just a reminder, in a couple minutes here, we're going to hop on over. You guys don't have to do a thing. Don't turn a dial, but I will be hopping on over into the actual earnings stream. We'll be getting into that presentation, talking transport stocks, UAL, United Airlines, as well as JB Hunt Trucking. So they're going to be a good one to kind of dip our toes into these kind of macro environment and just get a feel for what's going on in the shipping, both in the air, how the transport in general is looking. So it's important for Dow theory, as we talked about. Should be pretty interesting. We got Alejandra coming in pretty soon, as well as I believe Josh will make an appearance. So stay tuned. And until then, let's see. What else do I want to talk about here? We got 3 minutes left before I hop over. Memory still hanging on by its fingernails. Let's look at a 5-minute chart there. So we want to see this higher low in Micron. It's a good place for it to try, right at this point of control. So if you're looking for an intraday long here into the close, this might be one you could consider. I don't mind this one at all. Just don't get too married to it. If it loses this low, gotta watch out and probably flip short. Probably not today, but into tomorrow. So one to watch there. Lumentum as well is another that I'm looking for a higher low on. See, very similar chart. This is Photonics here. I wanted a bit more of a low, but this might be all she wrote. Let's check in with SPY and see if that's strong here. Nothing to write home about in my book. I guess a little bit strong in the past couple minutes. Trying to carve out that higher low off the VWAP, so I understand the setup. So we'll check in with the gamma exposure, see what's going on there, and then we'll head on over to the earnings call, or earnings report. So prior we had the pin at 75.70. That shouldn't change. I'm putting in tomorrow's levels here just to show where we're kind of at. All right. So tomorrow's levels here, much more aggressive, much more bullish than today's. So you can see that shift went from the pin down here to the pin all the way up here. So we would like to see a guide up into this 7600 SPX level tomorrow. That's the trade I'm going to be looking to take. Ideally, we get a little bit of a pullback into zero gamma, this 75.45, 75.50-ish area, and that's where I would love to see a really strong, really strong bounce, something like that into the next day. So that's what we can kind of hopefully look for. I'm liking what I'm seeing in the sorry, I don't know what I did there. I'm liking what I'm seeing in the gamma exposure and the gamma migration here. So we'll keep checking back on this too. But it is time to head on over, guys. So I'm going to hop into the other room, and you don't go anywhere. You'll see me in just a second.